No dobrý, to tam pak vrátím. Tak, mikrofony. Zní třeba hlavový?
Ne, stačí nám. Tyhle budeme se různě střídat. Tak jak
je nějaký moderátor jeden, co by měl.
Jsem já, ale různě si to budeme tak jako...
No to je 3 takhle a 3 takhle.
Ty 3 si dáme. Jenom budete dotazy z publika.
A dotazy tenhle.
Tenhle mám já.
Na dotazy.
Jo, na dotazy. Díky. A v tuto chvíli jsou vyplý, jo?
No, oni jsou zaplí, už myslím si. Jo, jsou zaplí. Všechny jsou zaplí a já nemám vyplý u sebe.
Dobře. Tenhle dám stranu. toho tématu krajiny, vzdělávání o krajině a respektive jejího vnímání z pohledu vlastně i v kontextu ty probíhající klimatické změny, ale z pohledu vnímání našeho vnímání krajiny, prožívání krajiny. Takže to hlavní téma odpolední v podstatě budou emoce a také umění. Na začátek ještě pár takových praktických informací. Po každé prezentaci, krátké prezentaci, budeme mít zase krátký čas na vaše dotazy a já vás tímto aktivně vyzývám, abyste se zúčastnili, ptali se, dávali nám zpětnou vazbu, to je pro nás vždycky strašně cenné. Konference bude probíhat jak v českém, tak v anglickém jazyce, budeme se střídat a kdo by náhodou potřeboval ještě zařízení pro simultánní tlumočení, tak připomínám je venku u registračního stolu. Takže konference je simultánně tlumočena. Zároveň je důležité vědět, že jak během toho dopoledne se k nám přidají i děti, žáci vybraných škol, kteří nám pomáhali naše materiály zdokonalovat, testovat, hodnotit a dobrali se spolu s námi k výsledkům, které vám potom později představíme. Děti přivítáme asi po 10. hodině i vevnitř, ale jinak stráví s náma to dopoledne tady na fakultě. Magdi. Nech mě prosím domluvit, Magdi, děkuju krásně. Takže konference je streamovaná živě online na kanálu YouTube a zároveň znovu jak v českém, tak v anglickém jazyce. Tímto já vítám i naše online posluchače a také vyzývám, aby v případě potřeby s námi komunikovali skrze komentáře pod streamem. Tak Magdi, ještě něco bys ráda dodala?
Pardon, jenomže Verča, to by mělo zaznít na začátek, tak proto.
Děkuju. Tak, tím pádem my už vlastně přejeme příjemnou konferenci, příjemný dopolední čas. Doufáme, že se zdržíte i na odpoledne. A ještě úplně velmi krátce na úvod, já trošku představím projekt, než se pustíme potom do těch konkrétních výstupů. Takže s dovolením já přepnu do angličtiny, protože web máme v anglickém jazyce a to by mě strašně mátlo. Čili Eduscape, takový jakoby pracovní název pro nás je Learning through Landscape. Celý název je Landscape and Climate Change Adaptation in Education. What is important here is that this international cooperation project is focusing on landscape, but not only on learning about landscape, but also learning in the landscape, about landscape, through landscape. applications, existing approaches, research initiatives, studies, etc., etc. A complex database that also allows Europe-wide that are also focusing on the similar topic or topics. And finally, we will have this Eduscape digital platform. As I mentioned, it will serve as an open educational resource where all of our project outputs will be uploaded, but in an interactive way, where teachers and pupils will be able to interactively gain new information, knowledge, interactively practice different topics, gain inspirations for activities, etc., etc. So I will conclude the introduction of the project with presenting our team. Eduscape team was put together with the aim to get together professionals from international universities and NGOs that have a various expertise and experience in the field of landscape education, from practice and from theory likewise. So we have a technical university in Vienna, and I also welcome Richard Stiles here as a representative. We have Czech Technical University. My name is Mirjana Petrik. I didn't introduce myself. My colleague Magdalena Smetanová over there. We have Rey Juan Carlos University from Spain, and I also welcome our colleagues. There's a lot of you. I'm glad to see you here. University of Camerino, from Ascoli Piceno. I don't know where I have Ludovica. Hello. And our last partner is a non-profit NGO, Child Friendly City from Prague. We also have really quite a lot of associative partners. Not all of them are having their logos on our webpage at the moment. But as the project proceeded, we gained even more. And these associative partners are maybe even the most important for us, because they are mainly organizations that focus on education, either formal or informal, and also that not only enabled us to gain more information, to test our outputs, but also enabled us to move forward with the implementation of the project and further towards the sustainability of the project. So I'm also thanking to all of our associated partners. Who is interested to gain more information about the project or what is going on, our events, there is at the bottom of the page you will find more info and contact as well. But for now, this is enough as a short introduction. I would like now to introduce Richard Stiles with the first presentation on the methodology of Eduscape, landscape and climate change adaptation in education. Methodology will be what is important to say on our webpage. It has already been published. It is available for download, and we're really happy about this document. And Richard will present the thought behind this project. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dobrý den. But I will speak in English, or try to. Yeah, my name is Richard Stiles. Peter Kurz was the other main co-author of the methodology. He unfortunately can't be with us today. And our third team member, Sabine Gstöttber, you'll be hearing from later. Oh, please.
Next one?
Yeah, no, okay. I'm used to doing it myself usually. The Eduscape methodology is there really to answer three main questions. Why are we looking at landscape? What is landscape? And how to use landscape in school education? There are other questions such as why, where, and when, and that's more about the piloting, and you'll be hearing more about that later as well. Next one. as has already been said, it's been published already. It's a 70-page document, and I have to tell you about it in 10 minutes, so it'll be very much a reduced version. But there's a lot more detail and a lot of interesting things we hope to read in the full version of the methodology, which you can download, as Mirjana has said. Next one. But very briefly, to the first two questions, why landscape? We go into this in quite a lot more detail in the publication, but basically we're seeing landscape as representing the real world as opposed to the virtual world. And today, all of us are more and more in a virtual world, and we're losing contact to some extent with the real world. And this is probably even more true for children. There have been a lot of publications about this recently. Problems, the dangers of social media, and we think that it's important for everyone, and children in particular, to engage with the real world, because unless you do that, then all the problems of climate change, biodiversity, all of our big societal challenges will not be met by people who don't really even understand the real world, the landscape. So that's why. The next one. What is landscape? I'll be talking a bit more about that this afternoon, so I'm keeping this very short as well. But basically, landscape is actually, surprisingly, a very recent concept, at least historically speaking. And it's one that's still changing. Our ideas of landscape are changing. And at the moment, it's seen more and more as a complex factor. It's the relationship between people and place, between the subjective and the objective, between nature and culture. So it's a very much multi-layered and complex concept. We'll be talking more about that this afternoon. Next one. So we've tried to summarize our methodology in one simple diagram, and maybe it's not quite as simple as we thought it was to start with. This is our target diagram, and what I want to try and do in the next few minutes is to sort of unpack that and explain where it came from and what it all means. But basically, the landscape is in the middle. Around the edge are our societal challenges, or at least a few examples of them. The next one. One of the main key issues that we've seen as being fact that links landscape and educational theory are the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, with which I'm sure you're all familiar. Climate action is just one of these, but in fact, the landscape is the next one. The landscape is the arena within which all of these challenges must be met, and the Sustainable Development Goals have to be achieved. So landscape provides a sort of physical framework, the physical structure on the one side. On the other side, the latest ideas in educational theory are saying that contemporary societal challenges ought to be the starting point for all educational goals. So we have a link through the Sustainable Development Goals between the landscape as where all of these things have to be met, and educational theory, which says these challenges are the ones that education should be about explaining. Next, please. So there are various dimensions of landscape, and this is the start of our diagram with the landscape in the middle, and the various dimensions between subjective and objective, between urban and rural, between the local and the regional. There are lots of different ways of looking at landscape, and one can begin to try and place some of these societal challenges within this sort of three-dimensional diagram. And that, as I said, forms the context within which we're working. The next one. And yeah, landscape is in the middle. As we said, that's the starting point of all our thinking. The next one again. And then, of course, there's the didactic approaches, different aspects that we've tried to bring in as well. We're looking at inquiry-based learning, landscape as a way to use problem solving as a starting point for teaching and learning, place-based learning, going out into the landscape and looking at how we can analyze this and use it as a means of understanding the world, and competence-orientated landscape, and the various approaches have already been developed, looking at ESD competencies, educational for sustainable development competencies. Things have been written about that already. And then, of course, there's subject-specific competencies. So there's general competencies and competencies relating to the classic school subjects. And those are all, again, part of our thinking. The next one. Yeah, this is a diagram from the literature on a model for education for sustainable development competencies with the various factors which are transferable competencies in the middle, knowledge, systems thinking, emotions, values, and ethics and action. So this is what we've tried to integrate as well. The next one. And the other important factor is that all schools are in the landscape, whether they're primary schools or secondary schools, they all sit within a particular landscape context. And one can use them to look at both local and regional factors, depending on, again, which approach one's taking in school subject teaching. We decided that primary schools are probably more going to be focused on the local issues and less on the regional ones, but again, there's flexibility within the approach to look at both scales. Next one. Then we began to look at the different stages in teaching, starting at the top and working into more and more detail in terms of the engagement with the landscape. You can see our target beginning to develop in the diagram. I think we can zoom in with the next slide to look at it in a bit more detail. So we start by conceptualizing, introducing the topic of landscape, drawing on existing knowledge and understanding that our children have, and discussing relevance and importance of the topic. We then go into perceiving as the next level, exploring different aspects of the landscape, investigating different perspectives, considering approaches and methodologies for addressing landscape. Then the third level is analyzing, which is involving data collection and mapping the landscape within which we're working, identifying different patterns and contradictions in the situation, and drawing conclusions, relating those back to our initial understanding. And then we look at ways in which one can intervene in the landscape, which shaping can happen. The idea is that we're trying to give the idea of agency, of the ability to make changes in our environment. So we're looking at experimenting, generating ideas for changing the landscape, looking at practices and testing them, and assessing possible options. So again, this is about activity, action on the part of children and young people. And finally, we reflect on these previous four activities. How have they affected the knowledge that we had? What knowledge have we gained? Reorganizing our understanding, reconsidering maybe the starting points which we had in terms of the attitudes and how they might have changed, and then how our ideas and values have been transformed, hopefully, through this process. So the next one. Yeah, as has already been mentioned, we've looked at different aspects of teaching and learning in relation to landscape. One of the first things we learned when we started the project and were talking to teachers was that all the teachers, and you'll know this yourself very, very closely, everyone has got far too much to do, far too much to teach. The curriculum is full, and therefore the last thing people need is yet another subject to teach on top of everything else. In Austria, it's all about digital competencies, digital literacy. This is something else, and we thought, no, we can't just add landscape on top of this. But learning about landscape is obviously part of that, but that happens to some extent already in some subject areas, perhaps in biology or geography, for example. But we also were concerned with this aspect of place-based learning, so it's about learning in the landscape, using the landscape as a resource to make learning more immediate and to be understood better. And above all, learning and teaching through the landscape, using the landscape as a medium for teaching, not just the classic subjects like biology, perhaps, and geography, but all of the school subjects can actually be taught using landscape. And this is what we feel is perhaps one of the most important parts of what we've been looking at. The next one. So we visualize the landscape as a cross-section through which you can go and look at various aspects of it, and all of these aspects relate to the classic subjects taught in schools. So it's not just about the biologists going out and collecting bugs and looking at plants, but it's ways of looking at the landscape in terms of mathematics, chemistry, physics, the weather, of course geography, but history, landscape as a document of a historical change. Obviously, again, biology, the arts, the creative disciplines, I think we'll be talking more about that this afternoon, are very important. And of course, landscape as inspiration and subject for literature and the arts. Next one. Yeah, and then we also turned our target on its edge, as it were, and turned it into a layer cake, again, to try and demonstrate that our 5 layers of interaction with the landscape in teaching, starting from conceptualizing at the bottom, working up through perceiving, analyzing, shaping, and finally reflecting, is something that works with all of the classic school subjects. So this slice of the cake is about arts and design, but equally physics and chemistry, history, social studies, landscape and literature, geography and economic studies, biology and environmental studies. These are the Austrian terms for putting these disciplines together, but I'm sure you'll have very similar approaches. So we feel, again, it's not just about teaching about landscape, it's not just about teaching the classic subjects, but it's very much about using landscape as a medium through which all subjects can be taught and understood. So again, this is our cross-section talking to us, as it were. Landscape as sources of human cultural expression, landscape as the project of transforming material and energy, so the physics aspect, landscape as indications of historical processes, landscape as a document, as it were, landscape as outcomes of relationships between mankind and the environment, so it's about cultural, natural interactions, landscapes as designed environments, and landscapes as products of the interaction between living and non-living factors. So again, the landscape can do a lot. And finally, we noticed there's a slight echo of the Valley Plan of Civilization by Patrick Geddes. I don't know whether you're familiar with this, but he was a famous planner, landscape architect at the beginning of last century, where he developed this idea of the landscape being the basis for all human activities, at least in the pre-industrial age, and how these are related to a cross-section of the landscape in the valley. And our idea of the cross-section of landscape is a nice echo of this. So it's landscape as basically the starting point for both human civilization, but also education for teaching and learning. So that all put together ends up with this target diagram, and hopefully that's just a way of reminding everybody of these various layers, how they fit together, and as a sort of summary of the approach that we've developed. So that is my short version. The long version, as I said, is on the internet to be downloaded, and I'd recommend you to do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Just before you go, maybe there are some questions. Má někdo nějaký dotaz na Richarda Stilese? Pokud ne, thank you. Tak my se rovnou posuneme dál, protože jsme začali o nějakých 10 minut později. A doženeme čas tím, že hnedka pustíme teďka do prezentace naší vznikající platformy, vzdělávací platformy, kterou jsem již zmínila. A pozvu tady k nám Pavla Kuběnu. Pavel je mladý profesionál, který nám pomáhá s vznikem webové platformy a spolu s Magdaléna Smetanová, Fakulta architektury, vám přiblížíme vznikající prototyp této vzdělávací platformy. Tak Pavel, ty jsi asi... Magdi, já tebe poprosím, jestli můžeš, aby Pavel, ty jste si střídali ten mikrofon, když budeme
So please share this microphone.
To je zaplý.
The mic is on.
Jsme zaplí, Jirko, na tady tom mikrofonu.
Is it working?
Halo. Tak asi dobrý.
Yes, it looks like
tak a teď
all is working fine. So this looks like the web page that we have already introduced, but it is not a web page or a website. The layout will be similar. Please hold his microphone. Okay. So we will have the same sections as on the website. So about project, catalog, there will be the possibility to search based on keywords, contacts, but the main thing about the platform on the first page is the structure of our educational units. You can see it here. And you can go through this structure and choose your theme. And you can also choose your age range, age category, for which the materials are designed. So the units are divided into 5 thematic categories: landscape as a resource, human design, etc. And then they are divided into even more specific themes. And then you can click on each of them and learn more. So now I will ask Magda to choose one educational unit, which could be seen as an equivalent to a project day. It is composed of several activities. So could you please choose one unit and introduce it? So my idea was to show the downloadable materials. So the structure is very similar to the structure of the website. So the introduction or the first page is similar to the website, but there is also this structure containing all the units. So when you click on a unit, you can learn more about the category. So the structure is based on the materials. So
a nějak toho člověka jako naviguje v daném tématu.
You can orientate yourself visually in the given theme. There's always a description of the unit. There's the contents of the unit, the goals, and all that is related to the unit. There will be downloadable materials and a link of the quiz, which will be the main interactive part of the website. Okay, let me add something. The lessons are not the typical 45-minute lessons. The idea is that one lesson unit covers 4 or 5 lessons, 45-minute lessons. So one morning, for example. But you can also take individual activities and use them in your 45-minute lessons. Now the website is being created and developed. The translations into the different languages are being done at the moment. Let me show you what materials will be available for download for teachers. The idea is that the teacher will know what the goals of the unit are and how to work with it, how to use the unit.
Tak je to vlastně od každého vlastně je to vždycky nějaký teda titulní stránka, která...
So there's a title page for each unit, which indicates the main things like the age group, the duration of the unit, for example 5 school lessons, and then we have some keywords. This is just for the sake of example, but actually you will be able to click on the keyword and find all activities related to that topic. Here you can see the structure and you can see where you are in the whole structure. So right now we are in the chapter on water. The structure is based on themes. We have some introductory lessons about landscape. The next topic is focusing on landscape as a textbook on history, then landscape as a resource, natural design or nature design is the next theme. Our team has many landscape architects and they have a synthetic approach to landscape, so this is reflected in the structure as well. And the final theme is the human design. And the last lesson, lesson number 15, is entitled Into Action, and it focuses on how to put all the other materials or lessons into action in the specific place, setting, landscape. So, let's look at the specific lesson. There's always an abstract or an introduction, then there's a map showing the different activities that can be included. These activities can be implemented individually or as a whole to cover the whole day or half day. So, as Richard introduced the structure, there's an introduction, then there's an analysis. We conclude with an assessment or evaluation of the topic. There's the possibility of a creative process or the possibility of being engaged. in a specific change in the surroundings of the school. So here once again you can see the content of the lesson, the goals, which are also specified on the internet. And here you have the activities for teachers with instructions. The teachers can print cards that they can use in the lessons. There's a description of every activity.
A pak ten druhý materiál,
the different lessons will be presented in detail later, and the teachers will be able to download a presentation related to the theme, in this case, water. Our lessons are based mostly on presentations, which should be interactive.
Vlastně co děti skládají kartičky, tak
so, for example, children are doing an activity with the cards, and the presentation is there to assist the teacher.
A nemusí se na to nějak
the presentation makes it easier for the teacher to give the lesson. The presentation is quite long, so this was just to give you a glimpse of the materials, and I hand over to Pavel.
Platformy.
Okay, let's go back to the web platform.
Vzdělávací jednotka nebo
every unit or lesson
je ukončený takovou konfirmaci.
Concludes with quiz.
Každá jednotlivá vzdělávací jednotka bude mít svůj quiz.
So there will be a quiz, an interactive quiz at the end of every unit.
Tady nahoře vpravo máme vlastně i tlačítko.
All the quizzes will be grouped, so if you click on the button quiz, you will find all the quizzes. So
tak ať si uživatel může projít, přečíst si něco o dané lekci.
The user will be able to read information about each unit and then choose the quizzes. Now we are in the testing phase. The educational materials are divided into two categories, and our aim is to make the structure clear for the users. There's also a general catalog of the materials, and the teachers will be able to use these, or even the students will be able to use these filters based on these keywords.
Vždycky je možné se pak jako dostat na danou kategorii.
It is always possible to arrive to a certain category of materials. Maybe we could show the quiz on water.
Jo, tady máme nějakou obecný přehled.
So, this is an example of a quiz. We will have three types of quizzes. The first type is called Pexeso. It's a series of cards, memory cards. They are the same as the cards from the printed materials from the units. And the students, the pupils, will work with them. This quiz is on the topic of water. It is very similar to the memory card games, but you don't choose two, but three cards in this case. Another type of quiz is connecting or linking different answers, and the final quiz is completing the text with words, understanding the context. But the first two are the most interactive ones. So the pupil chooses the right answer and moves on.
Na vzdělávací platformě taky budeme mít vlastně metodologii.
The educational platform will also include the methodology, references for each age group, and what is very helpful is the search tool, which will facilitate the navigation. We are now in the testing phase. We are also having all the outcomes of the project translated into the languages of all participant countries. This will be followed by piloting phase with the users, with the children and with teachers, and then we will launch the project. So, on the 12th of September, we will hold a final conference in Vienna. You are all invited. There we will work with this platform. This will be organized by our partners from Vienna. And it will be an opportunity to do some networking with local experts on environment education. Many thanks to Pavel. Are there any questions before Pavel leaves?
Dobrý den, já moc děkuju.
Good morning. I have a question. So I understand that the system will be launched in the autumn. Will it be accessible? And how will this be accessible to schools? Will there be a portal? Yes, it will be a website, an educational platform which will be completely open to anyone. We committed to this at the very beginning of the project. We were thinking about some registration. So in this way, we would at least get the contacts of the users of the platform for some further collaboration. So for sure, everything will be available for free. It will be available, accessible, and maybe we will try to find a way to stay in touch with you. With the users of the platform. So, this is my colleague Iva Hejzlarová from Child Friendly City. She will present the process of piloting of our educational materials. It was quite an extensive project. And right after, we will invite the children to join us. Good morning. Let me tell you a few words about the development of the materials and about the piloting of the materials with schools. I will be very brief because the children are very impatient. They are already outside of this room. So, the piloting took place in 2 waves, in autumn of 2023 and from January to May 2024. There was a total of 90 piloting days and 12 consultation and focus groups with teachers. Everything was recorded in the form of sheets, as you can see. The teachers also filled in our questionnaires. You can see them on the left. So we asked teachers for their feedback. We also had questionnaires for children and their feedback was very positive. The validation of the training materials was successful. We tested both the materials for pupils and the materials for teachers. The materials were very well understood by pupils. They were eager to share their feedback, and we will see what they will tell us very shortly.
Co se týče učitelů, tam musíme...
As for teachers, all the feedback was excellent. It was very positive. The teachers said that it is very easy to integrate the materials in the current curriculum. The teachers appreciated the fact that they can also take individual activities and include them in their lessons. How was the piloting organized? So it happened in 4 countries, and every country had a slightly different approach, which is great, because this gave us feedback from teachers who tested the materials independently. In Spain, they collaborated closely with their partners in Vienna and in Italy. The materials were piloted independently by teachers. They used them in their normal lessons, and thanks to that we had lots of piloting days and lots of feedback. In the Czech Republic, we have many years of experience with organizing workshops at schools. So our NGO and the Faculty of Architecture sent 2 trainers to different schools, or we invited the schools, the teachers, either here to the faculty or to a community garden near Kutná Hora. And there we organized workshops. So I'm handing over to Magda now.
Halo, tak jo. Já teďka zkusím pozvat, nemáme pozvaný děti, který s námi pilotovali.
We have the children who participated in the piloting here. Of course, we did not invite all the children, but we have the children from the last 3 piloting projects, and we have posters from these piloting projects, and we did not prepare anything with the children, so let's see what happens. I'm going to invite children from the children's home, Sázava, where we piloted the unit on water in landscape. In the breaks, you can have a look at the poster. Later I'm going to introduce or to present this unit on water more in detail. So, come in, please. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for joining our conference. So we have people here who are interested in the units that we piloted with you. So do you remember anything from the lesson, Natálka? I remember that first it starts with a little stream, then it grows bigger, then it becomes sort of a river, then it becomes a normal river, and then there's the sea. Great. Anyone else remembers anything? No? Okay, I promised the children not to force them. What about you, Kaya? Would you like to say anything? Meanders. Yes, we talked a lot about meanders. Later, you will see how the piloting happened. We spent some time outdoors because the whole morning is quite long, so it's good to spend some time outdoors. So please applause for the children. Okay, you can go play again, and let me... Yes, there are some refreshments as well for the children. And let's invite another group of children. The children were very happy to be able to make this trip to Prague, so we gave them the opportunity to visit our faculty. There are building blocks outside of this room. The children can play with them, and it's really beautiful what they have created. Okay, now we have children from from West Bohemia, from far away. With these children, we tested the unit, the chapter called Landscape as a Chronicle, which focuses on heritage or monuments in landscape, and we divided this workshop in 2 days, because this is more convenient for younger children. So, who would like to say something? Iva is going to present this lesson in detail later, and at the end of this lesson there was a creative activity.
No. Halo, halo, ano, k nám na fakultu. Takže tady děti
we have the models that the children created here at the faculty. So this is Vlado and Max and Jaroslav, the first group. And they created a model, Buffalo playground. What does that mean? So it's actually a basketball and a football playground in one. And who is it for? It's for anyone who likes sports. These 3 children are from Ukraine.
Já myslím, že to je super. Já to ještě potom dovysvětlím, protože
that's great. What was interesting is that we spoke a lot about how landscape is used today and how it was used in the past. And today we have some monuments in the landscape which remind us of the past, and we were trying to find places that are interesting for children and that they would like to bring to life again.
Tak jsme vlastně potom nakonec se soustředili, jak vlastně to místo pro ten pobyt v přírodě.
What we tried to do was to adapt different places to make them more pleasant for people. And this playground is an example of that. What about you? This is my friend Lily, who designed a campsite near the chapel. Yes, so we went to see this chapel, which is now being repaired, renovated. So who is your project for? It's for people who like camping. What is the idea? Will there be a fireplace? There will be a small cottage to spend the night. Okay, great. Anyone else?
Tak co ty si navrh?
What did you design? Bazu? What is that? It's a place for friends. Yes, I remember it. Where is it? Okay. Can you describe it? So on the first floor. You can watch TV. Then there's a fire. Something with fire. What can you do there?
Taky nevím, od ohně, to jsme asi tehdy věděli a teď já už to
Okay, we don't remember exactly what that was.
Ten váš nahoře na té terase.
And there's a tree, there's a terrace. Anyone else wants to say anything?
Stanování. A ještě něco chceš dodat?
Do you want to say anything about the campsite? I created it because I wanted to try camping. Have you tried already? Yes, yes. So you could also try at the campsite near the chapel. Why not? So many thanks for joining us. Thank you.
A ještě tady máme zástupce budoucího architekta, tady ze základní školy Bílá, ta je tady blízko.
This is Eda from a nearby school who came with the whole class, and Eda is the spokesperson for the whole class. So what did you do at the workshop? So once again, my name is Eda Hubač. I'm from 4th grade, 4B from Bílá Elementary School. Recently we had a project day which included the creation of some creation. I was supposed to go out and pick flowers, but luckily it was raining, so I didn't do that. And instead we went to see a building, so we went inside and we saw that the layout of the building was actually a big square. It was composed of different squares, and that's why there was a big column. And then we went to the highest floor, and there we drew all that we saw outside. And then we made a sketch looking out of the window, and I drew a laboratory. Then we focused on details. Actually, when people walk outside, they usually don't look around and they miss the details.
takhle to řeknu. Moc jsem si to užil.
I really enjoyed it, and one day I would like to study here at the Faculty of Architecture. That was amazing, and you've been really courageous. Do you remember the last thing you added to the design? Yes, I designed refreshment place called
cestě. Místo tý jsem se inspirovala jednou byla taková dřevěná stavba.
Created, and yes, I was inspired by an octagonal building which I saw somewhere, and that's the form I used for the design of my refreshment place. Great, thank you very much.
Edo, díky moc.
Thanks a lot, Eda, for sharing. And you can go play again. And you can come back during the break and answer the questions about the poster, about the project. Thank you.
Ještě chceš něco dodat?
Ještě dodat, chtěla bych opravdu velmi poděkovat všem školám, co se
So I would like to thank to all the schools who participated in piloting. We were very much surprised by the number of schools interested, and we will be most happy to collaborate with them in the future, because we couldn't include all schools now. What was also interesting was to get out of Prague and go to more distant regions where we don't get very often. So that was a very interesting opportunity for us too. Thank you. Now we will have a 15-minute break. So feel free to have a tea, coffee, some refreshments, have a look at what the children did in the hall. And we will start again at 11 sharp. Thank you.
Drawing the line beneath you, leveraging the ledger, forgetting all the blood.
Tak já vás vítám na odpoledním bloku.
Welcome back to the second part of the morning part. We have to begin. We have a bit of a delay by now. And now we will get to more detailed presentations of the educational materials, and our partners will present their educational unit they worked on. We will start with the Technical University in Vienna, and Sabrina, the floor is yours. You can introduce yourself if you like.
It's hard to pronounce, I think. I'm part of the team of the Technical University in Vienna. I'm landscape planner and I'm the head of Inspirin. It's an office of landscape planning in Vienna. I will introduce to you unit number 11, plants as partners in the challenge of climate change. And since my English is not the best, I will have help by this paper. I hope you forgive that. Okay? Okay. What's the aim and the content of unit number 11? Plants are a very important element in our everyday life, and plants have lots of important functions that are good for us and for our ecosystem. And long time they have been natural elements of our urban and rural surroundings, and it was not important at all to take care of them. But nowadays plants are more and more endangered because they often have living conditions that do not meet their requirement for good development, like polluted air, less water, or less living space. Even in urban situations, trees often have not enough living space. In this unit, the students get an insight. No, it's I will give you a sign. It takes longer. It's and there are not much templates. They learn that there are different groups of plants, like trees, shrubs, perennials, mosses, and lichens. They also learn that they have a variety of really important functions for our ecosystem, like providing shadow, cooling the cities, protection of oxygen, filtering dust, they are habitat for animals, they are food producer, they are a playing area for children and sometimes for adults. And they have a lot of social functions like meeting places. Even in urban spaces, a tree is a beautiful living meeting place where you can sit in its shadow. And it's also important for the quality of staying, even in urban open spaces. But it also deals with the needs plants have, and it communicates the needs of plants for surviving unchallenged, and how we, also the children, could help them by fulfilling their needs. Thank you. Now, how to work with unit number 11. It's a very varied unit. It uses different teaching methods and different teaching settings and different teaching surroundings. The overall aim is to communicate the topic very exciting to the children and showing them that plants are a very important part of our everyday life, even of the life of the students. It consists in 5 lessons. We've heard before, I think every unit is consisting in 5 lessons. After a short introduction about the function, the very important function of the trees, the shrubs, the perennials, the lichens and the mosses, the children get a planning task, a designing task in small groups. They have to design an urban space and to improve it by the help of plants. Then we go They do an exhibition that they organize by themselves, and they lead other younger students through the exhibition and gave over the knowledge they got in lesson 1 and lesson 2. Then combined city walk and an urban game. We are going out and do an analyzing of the school surrounding. They get a checklist and they have to analyze the school surrounding. And it ends up with a council meeting in classroom, or you could also do it outside for creating ideas and suggestions for making the school surrounding more livable. And for each lesson, there are materials provided. So we have a variety of methods and learning settings. We have research-based learning, group work, solution-orientated learning, presentation of own ideas, outdoor explorations, self-organized learning, peer learning, and station learning. And the most important thing for the students and also for the teacher is the unit uses urban open spaces, and we go out with the children. You can see at the pictures. That's the focus of the pictures. 2 mentions. It could be done in one subject, maybe biology, but you could also do it interdisciplinary. For example, biology, arts and design and language. You could work together with colleagues. Different, you can go through the unit in different levels, or, in different levels of intensity, sorry. At the core of the unit, the basic structure could be done in the 5 lessons, but there are possibilities to do only some lesson or to deepen the topic and use possibilities of specialization after each lesson. Even deepened discussions are very helpful, I think, and that's the statement or the feedback of the teachers working with it. Thank you. Now we cooperated within the piloting with 4 schools, 3 schools, 4 teachers and 4 classes, and they worked with the unit and gave us feedback. Now we have feedback and statements from the students as well from the teachers. Students' feedback is, the teachers asked them what was new and positive for them. And subsumized, the students' feedback is that it was good that they could decide and work independently. The whole unit is about the students' their life. It has an approach of participatory. The students knew from the beginning that they have to collect ideas for small projects, for small activities that could really be realized or should really be realized within the school surrounding. It deals with a variety of methods and variety formats, and the lesson takes place in different settings and outside. So you have this statement, the highlight was to go out. This rarely happens in class. Thank you. Okay, now the highlights from the feedback from the teachers. I think I will go through 5 highlights, so you know it's 5 templates. I think the higher highlights of piloting, you can read here in the statement. The project was great fun for the students. They had motivation in all lessons from the beginning to the end. I think that is a big highlight, and every teacher gave us this feedback, and that's not a statement from one teacher. Thank you. First highlight. The students could do a lot of them by themselves, and this led to a great gain in knowledge. E.g., while the planning task, the children choose different approaches to plan. The planning task was, I thought before, was to design a parking lot, I will tell you later on, but to design an urban space, and they choose different approaches. Some of them choose an aesthetic approach, others try to plan for different groups, for the needs of elderly people, for example, for the needs for children. Another group was creating living space for animals, and another group was regarding the course of the sun. At the city walk, when we do an analyzing of the playing ground, they recognize that it is much too hot in summer because of the lack of plants and the lack of shadow. And this, therefore, they avoid this place in summer. The students compared by themselves the temperatures in summer of the various open space situations they know and use by themselves. For example, one school is nearby a national park, it's called Lobau, and also nearby a new urban planning project. And they compared by themselves that in the Lobau it's very, very cool, cooler, and there's a fresh air even in very hot summer days. And in the new urban space, the new city Seestadt, I don't know if anyone knows it. Okay, there are the plants much more younger and smaller, and there are fewer plants, and that's the reason why it's hotter and the air is not as fresh as in the Lobau, and they mentioned it. And then the determination app, they didn't know it, the determination app for plants, but they like it, they love it, and they downloaded it and are using it. I think that's a small highlight, but it's very good. And also native and exotic plants were discussed. Okay, thank you. Yes, that's the parking lot. The project is about the children's living space. The planning task was to make a desert more livable by the help of plants. And it was important to respond to the urban space and the living spaces of European Austrian children. And that's the reason why we made a parking lot in front of a shopping center on Sunday afternoon to the desert of the European children. And viewing the parking lot as a desert was a big fun for the kids, and they could well imagine it. And basically, children have positive associations with parking lots in front of shopping center. Through the project, however, they realized that it's not a beautiful environment, and that makes them realize how important plants are. I think that's a good step. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, what we propose counts. I told you before, the unit has an approach of participation. It's participation. And the students knew from the beginning that they have to generate ideas that could be implemented. And that was very motivating for them. And they knew their research work is considered full, and it counts what they are collecting of ideas. Okay? Then one highlight for teachers, of course, is that the provided materials, and you have to produce them once, but you have only the effort once, and you can use them again and again. That's a highlight. You have the setting, you have the set of materials, and you can work with them again. Yes, I now have a ready-made project on the topic of climate protection. I will use it again. I think that's a very big and important statement. Next and last, thank you. Yes, the unit, this was a great feedback. I think the unit is creating access to climate change through plants. And this is a really valuable access. Now, basically, this is the statement here. It is easy to impart knowledge about animals in biology lessons. Plants tend to bore the students. And by the help of the unit, they had big fun and they had an access to plants. Even if because they are using this determination app now, and they have fun to think about and discuss plants. And so now for the teachers working with the unit, biology, basically biology is linked to the climate change, but in Austria it's not included in the curriculum in biology. And now the teachers are working with it, have methods and the unit and materials to work on this theme. That's very important. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Nějaké dotazy pro Sabine? Okay, jestli ne, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sabine, for joining us here from Vienna. Poprosím už Lauru a Sylvie. Please, can you introduce yourself?
So, good morning. We're representing the team from Madrid. So, my name is Laura Jeschke. I'm working for the University Rey Juan Carlos in Madrid. So, we have a degree of landscape architecture there. And this is Maria.
Hello, my name is Maria. I am just a primary teacher. I work at a school in Madrid, and I'm participating in this project as a young learner teachers. So we are going to speak about this unit, which is where landscape is growing wild. Laura, please.
Next one, please. Okay, so this unit had the intention to answer a few questions. It's related to teach children and students about the process and the stages of succession, ecological succession, and we wanted to show them the benefits or the potentials that can be generated also for the design of maybe future gardens and parks to make them more climate suitable and resilient. So these were some of the questions. How, first of all, it was very important for us to understand with the children how landscape and its vegetation can change over time, and also to understand a little bit about the change of botanical species that we can observe in these processes. Our unit consists of three main parts. So the first step was dedicated to understand these principles of ecological succession. It's also not very usual. It's not normally taught at least not in the Spanish curriculum. In a second step, we wanted to explore with the students a little bit situations where these situations can be found in the surroundings of their school, of their immediate environment. And the third step was dedicated to something, a positive end somehow, to find some ways of creative application of the lessons learned by the students themselves. Mm-hmm. So our piloting plan started off with initial focus group meetings. This was very important for us to have this feedback of the teachers. And then we were testing in primary and secondary school. Maybe you can speak about the primary school.
Well, the primary school is a bilingual school located in Madrid, in a big city, and we were testing this unit in three classes, three groups of 22 students, all 6, 7. Well, the first year of primary, which is 6, 7 years old, and they were so excited about it.
Yes, and we also tested, we are just talking today about one unit, but we were developing 3 units. The other ones were more about agriculture, and we tested all the 3 units, but and also in secondary school. So here we were working with 3 classes, 72 pupils, 12 to 13 years old, and then at the end we had another final focus group meeting with all the teachers in order to recollect a little bit of their feedback and their experiences once again. So we will just rapidly explain the activities that we were testing in this unit. where landscape is growing wild, and to talk a little bit about the experiences that we could, that we had. So the first one was about understanding a little bit about the principles of the stages of succession. So the students were working with this kind of flashcards. So it was a game where they had to discover themselves what are the stages, no, of primary and secondary succession. And no, just go back. So.
Well, in this activity, just the elements that, the materials that we were given were a set of flashcards. The aim of this activity was to connect the children to the topic of ecological succession, since it's a content that we don't usually teach in our curriculum, not in primary, and I think they don't do it in secondary education as well. So we just give them a bunch of flashcards of a natural sequence of a climate disaster, like a fire or a volcano or whatever, and they had to organize the flashcards in a temporary line. This was an opportunity for the students, since they don't have any idea about the ecological succession, of establish debate, putting out their ideas, take agreements among them. Like, I think this is the one that goes first, and then the second one, and then they had to build this puzzle in the temporary line of the ecological succession before even knowing that this was a concept. You can move on.
The second activity was now more kind of, they had a set of memory cards, so with little texts that were describing what is happening in these stages of succession and numbers. And so they were asked to relate somehow the real landscapes, or what they previously did with the real landscape, to these memory cards.
And in the second activity, again with the children, we gave them in pictures, not in real images, which is the succession, the ecological succession that they had to put in order, and explain them the concept of ecological succession. Explain them that when there is a natural disaster or a human impact or whatever changes the landscape at that moment, then the nature will recover itself. Everything will be rewilding again if you let the nature do. And this was like something that they opened their eyes, like, I don't believe you. It was so enriching to see the students discovering that all the vocabulary words and all the boring things that we had been teaching in the classroom, like what is a herb, what is a bush, what is a tree, has a natural organization, and so that human impact can be reversed when we destroy or modify some natural landscape.
Okay, so the third language, the third activity, I'm sorry, was about conquering the spaces. No, we called it also the travel agency to a wilderness. So we kind of developed three different possibilities to do this, to realize this activity. One can be actively in class, go out to explore the immediate surroundings of the school in order to find parking lots or cracks in the pavement or other areas which are conquered by vegetations. Then there was another possibility that this was split up with some part in homework, so students do their exploration by their own and they present it in class. And then the third approach was the approach that Maria was doing.
Well, we did this activity. Can you please just go on the next template? Okay, here it is. We were first showing them that the nature can just come back again using an aerial map of the the nearby, the neighborhood, the surroundings. Like, see, there is a green spot here and another green spot there, and then we move it into active by doing the photo safari. Which is, in this case, we use the tablets that we have in the school, and they went outside in the patios and the areas and the playgrounds of the school in the school. We didn't go outside because we have a really, really big outdoor area at the school, and they were taking photos of the concord of vegetation in the pavements, between the bricks, in the football fields, in the sand pit, places that they would have never thought that as a place for the vegetation to conquer.
Yes, and for secondary school, it was a step a little more to be done. So they had the opportunity we introduced them also to a plant identifying app. So they were able to identify also the plants that they could observe. Mm-hmm. So the idea was probably also about not only discovering these areas, but also to see about the beauty of this vegetation. So we wanted them to show what is really intrigue and what do you really like about these plants also. So this is the fifth activity, maybe the most successful one in the end. So we were doing a workshop with the students to do this, to elaborate these seed balls. It was very important for us that we were using local seed materials, so we were very careful with that. We elaborated some instructions how to do this in class. Yeah, and the idea was that they elaborate on one hand their own seed bombs, and then they spread out the bombs wherever they want, or they can also plant it in a pot at school or in their homes. So maybe Maria Kroll, tell us about the experience.
Well, this was an exciting activity, since as you can see, there's clay, there's dirt, there's hands in mud. So for the little learners, it was an awesome activity. We first were explaining them that we were going to rewild our play areas. So in this walk around that we were doing before with the tablets, taking photos, then when we came back into the classroom, we were discussing which areas and which places of our playground would like us to be a little bit more beautiful, a little bit more naturalized. So they decided where they would like to throw these seeds to see what it is going to happen in the future with that. So not only we were messing around and getting all dirt, but they were so excited about the idea and about the idea of just transforming the areas that they actually didn't like to something that they could enjoy. Besides, most of them, my school is divided into three different areas, separating students by ages. And this is the area that they will use as a play area in the future. So they thought, if this is going to take a little bit of time, I want to enjoy and I want to do this myself for myself. So they decided to throw it there to see if that when they are fifth graders, they can have a green area there. You can move on.
Yeah, well, maybe we were missing some little part. We were also telling them the stories of 3 selected plants in the seed mixture about their botanical and ethnobotanical facts, and so that they kind of rediscover them whenever they walk to school in the cracks of the pavement. Yeah, and this last part.
Also, as a conclusion, we will say that the piloting experience teachers have enjoyed the experience, not only myself, because I had so much fun, but also my colleagues and peers in the primary school and also in the secondary school, because it has brought us an opportunity to go a little bit deeper in the curriculum and bring all these ideas of the natural and the perception of the students about how their neighborhood and how their closest areas are. That they can do, they can make an impact, they can make a difference in this. Also, the materials that we have in use, that we've used and have been valued and found useful. Although I must add that some materials and some contents need to be a little bit simplified for the little learners. Respecting the materials and regarding the materials, another thing that we have found out as a teachers is that we can use them not only in the curriculum or the subject that we are teaching at that very moment, but also for how the materials are presented, we can use a lot of cross-curricular and transversal subjects like reading, or like reading the recipe. It could be, if you're a classroom teacher, you can use it as just a reading activity for the test or the instructional text. And for the children, it's been an impact to them because it has generated an emotional connection to the nearby, to the surrounding areas, to the teaching and learning process, and natural awareness through the activities methodologies. We've been in place, out place, making the spaces and the places more beautiful, and they have enjoyed a lot. So they have had such a great experience, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Se pro jistotu zeptám, jestli není nějaký dotaz pro kolegyně.
Are there any questions to our colleagues from Rey Juan Carlos University? If not, let's move on. This is Iva Hejzlarová from a child-friendly city. Hello again. I'd like to present the lesson Landscape is Chronicle. Educating about climate is also about building a relationship to landscape, and that's why 2 of our units are about the perception of the landscape and reinforcing the relationship, the connection to the landscape, because it's only if you have a connection to the landscape that you will look after it and care for it.
Pilotování, tak ve svém příspěvku bych se chtěla zaměřit
In my presentation, I'd like to focus on the materials we are creating for you.
V této lekci první otvírák je vlastně seznámit dětí zejména na prvním stupni s tím faktem, že krajina vůbec čas nějakým způsobem plyne, že nějaká historie, která se proměňuje,
explaining to children that time is different in the landscape for children, for people, for nature, for buildings. We use historical pictures of landscape, and these can be printed, laminated, and children can draw on them. This is another activity within the unit, the landscape in the course of time.
Povědomí o tom,
this gives children an awareness about the historical evolution of the landscape.
Samotným dějepisem.
In lower secondary school, this can be linked to history curriculum. We can speak about how people used to live in the past. And then we are getting to
proto jsme pro vás vlastně
the elements in the landscape created by humans. Once again, there's a set of cards that can be printed. Of course, it requires some effort to print them, to cut them out, but then you can use them again and again.
Pravděpodobně ty obrázky budou pro ty překlady nahrazeny vlastně drobnými památkami z jejich zemí, takže to může být i užitečný materiál pro učitele zeměpisu nebo jazyků, kde se dozví právě o jako typických drobných památkách pro jiné země. S kartičkami mohli střídit na několik možných způsobů. Jak my postupujeme?
There will be examples from different countries, which will also be interesting for children to learn about the different monuments in different countries. So we sit with the children in a circle and we speak about the small monuments. Children who are very enthusiastic. They found out many things by themselves after the walk we did. We focused on the elements that really create the landscape. We spoke about trees, and we told children this tree may be 150 years old, and This was really surprising. Impressed the children. And they mentioned this in the feedback. We want to take the children outdoors, so we also have activities for mapping out the monuments outside, outdoors. And this activity is also an occasion to speak about stories that you can read in the landscape. For example, you can speak about the Baroque era, you can speak about the statues of saints, because this is a church from this period.
Debatu o tom, co jaký je rozdíl mezi pověstí, legendou a
you can also speak about legends of the past and what will be the legends of the future. How do we use the landscape today? How do we spend our time there? So we discussed what happens to these monuments and what are the new monuments placed in the landscape.
Ten tvar se třeba opakuje těch kapliček a někdy ta forma může být úplně nová.
The form is the same, for example, the chapel, but it can be also completely new, completely different, like new form of a chapel or a new bench. So we discuss with the children what the landscape means to them, what they like to do there. Magdalena already gave you some examples of what children designed, like a football playground, football pitch. But some children designed chapels, some designed benches and tables to spend time with friends. So it's really interesting to discuss this with the children, to discuss what landscape means to them. These are pictures from the piloting itself and from the designing.
Chceme, aby ty děti vlastně na to, co zjistí o té krajině, na to měly možnost reagovat. Máme jako
children can respond to what they learn about landscape. Our NGO has a long experience with workshops with children, and these workshops are participative. So we try to get children involved.
Jejich vidění toho prostředí kolem.
See how they perceive the environment around their schools. This project is a great opportunity to offer our know-how to teachers. That's why we have the Unit 15 in our materials, which is based on putting ideas into action. There are worksheets, designing step by step. There are activities where children can use different ways of designing, for example, drawing, photographs, which is used typically by architects. And this can result in 3D models.
Já už se nebudu ptát na dotazy, takže kdyby někdo měl, prostě se hlašte.
If at any point there is a question, just raise your hand and I will hand over to Magdalena Smetanová from the Faculty of Architecture. She will present the Unit 10 on water in landscape. Thank you. I would like to go through it briefly.
To bude takhle fungovat. Dobrý, já to mám takhle, protože já tam spoustu slajdů.
Let me present the chapter on water.
Co jsme udělali, je naproti tomu, co se učí dneska ve školách.
So, compared to what is taught in schools today, so normally children learn about how a water course is born, how meandering meanders are created, and that's it basically. So we have tried to broaden the vision and to explain what water in landscape means for the whole biotope, for the animal and plant species, ecosystems. We also speak about what happens with rivers in landscape today, so that children understand why we need to revitalize rivers today, why we are going back to the natural river beds. For each unit, there is a presentation with lots of images, so it's very interactive. It's actually a compromise because our time is limited in schools, but so there's a lot of information we need to give to the children, but at the same time we want to make it interactive. So within this unit, the children experimented with creating a water course themselves. So, how did we proceed? First of all, we played Vltava, the symphonic poem Vltava by Petrik Smetana to the children, which is very famous. And so we asked children, what does this represent? And the music reflects the course of the river Vltava from the little stream to the river, which is getting wider, slower. So that's the opener. This is followed by other activities. This activity uses cards, and we tested this with older children, and I was a bit afraid, but it was perfectly okay. There were even some activities where the older children were slower than the younger ones, but all the materials could be adapted to any age. So we put these cards in order, then we presented the different phases of the water course. We spoke about the meanders, which act as a sponge, absorbing the water, retaining water in the landscape. We have two versions of worksheets for younger children and for older children. We have an activity or a worksheet where children are asked to complete text with words. So this was based on understanding of the text. Here, this is an activity, meanders in practice, where children experiment how fast water flows in the meanders and compare it with the speed of water in a straight riverbed. And you could see that the word meanders really stuck in their memories. This activity shows that we really try to include outdoor activities so that the children can have a dynamic moment, get some fresh air, and to spend the day in the classroom. Once again, we put the cards with the river course in order, and then children were asked to create a natural water flow with a string. We discussed what happens around the water course, what animals and plants live there and how important it is for all these species. They have this water source, water course. Then we discussed how people modify natural water courses. So we discussed how people adapt landscape to their needs. So we focused on we discussed recognizing which water course is natural, which is modified by humans, and here many links can be made to other subjects like geography, biology. So if the teachers have the time and want to work with these materials, they can use these links. They can link it to history. For example, how people used water courses for transportation of goods. Modified water courses is an important topic because this is a big understanding we wanted to impart to the children, why some things are needed in the landscape today. We spoke about man-made and modified water courses, which started mainly in the 19th century, and we have lost the balance in the landscape. Then we discussed how people first settled close to water using all the benefits. So children were asked to build settlements close to the water course, and they were asked to modify the landscape, and they didn't like that because they already had a connection with the natural water course. So they resisted modifying the water course in order to create a field, for example. So they used these cards for buildings, for fields, and at this point children were really reluctant to modify the natural water course. You can see how the shortcuts are being created. And then we spoke about the consequences of water course modifications. With the younger children, it was just a talk, just a discussion. What happens if you straighten the water course, water is drained from the land? And with the older children, we used cards again, and completing text, and this activity was too hard for 7th graders, so this has led us to simplify this activity.
A vlastně jsme to tadyhle ještě jenom ukázka s těma staršími, aby jsme trochu oživovali, tak oni měli ve skupinách
what we did with older children. We used pantomime to express the water modifications, water course modifications. So we discussed what's happened with the landscape, with the modified water course. Can the different animals and plants still live there in such a landscape? And the children were asked to measure the length of the modified water course and compare it to the length of the original water course. So they measured it, and of course they realized it was much shorter, and then we came up with a solution, like revitalizing water courses, because people have realized that it is necessary, that we have gone too far with modifying water courses. So, children realized that there is now not enough water in fields and in parks, so they revitalized water courses. They made water course longer. And the instructions said that the water course should start somewhere here.
Někde vlastně s tím na Otakara chlupa, základní škole, kde jsme taky pilotovali, tak tam si to připravovali, že ještě ten výsledný tok potom v rámci výtvarných school, tu svou krajinu.
The children are going to work with this project in art lessons. So that was our piloting. Thank you.
Děkujeme. A pozvu Ludoviku.
Now let me invite Ludovica from the University of Camerino.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. I'm Ludovica, one of the from the Italian team in Ascoli Piceno, UNICAM University. So here the last unit selected for this event, so the Unit 2. The Unit 2, as you can imagine, is the second we developed. So it's very linked to the introductory, to introduce the concept of landscape. So as you can see, the subtitle is Elements, Shapes and Dynamics of the Landscape. Here, the main focuses in this presentation. So the aim of the unit, the aim of the unit is to no, the previous one. Okay. Sorry. Yes. We started, of course, from the European Landscape Convention. So the landscape as a cultural product, the singularity of each type of landscape, and the importance of perception. These are the main objectives for this unit. So here the keywords, the disciplines we intersect, the main topics, and of course the two main targets. The goals are to identify the different type of landscape. Everybody perceives the landscape in a particular and unique way. The relationships between anthropic and natural systems. We want the students to describe, identify the different elements of the landscape, and of course a critical approach. For the older students, also the observation scale, the geoinformatic maps, and the singularity of each type of landscape. The main goal is imagining and planning future solutions in terms of sustainability and climate change adaptation. That of course is the main goal of all the Eduscape project. So as the first phase of the unit, we prepare a huge PowerPoint full of lots of inputs and images for teachers. So it's a very ready-to-use material. In this phase, the students will start to identify different types of landscape. Of course, during the piloting, each teacher improve this PowerPoint with lots of images from their main context. The students identify the colors and seasons, this in particular for the younger students, and start to identify different types, shapes, and categories. This is some examples, some tools for doing this type of analysis. And in the next slide, you can see how each teacher took this tool and organized in order to interact more effectively with their students. The second activity is more related to the emotions into the landscape. Recognizing that everybody perceives the landscape in a very particular and unique way, and the landscape can offer sensations-inspired emotions. For the younger, this was very inspirational for them. As in this case, in this piloting activity, the teacher simply asked them to look out their window, and they discover again a landscape that they can see every day. But this was very, very important for them to place the activity and recognize their own landscape. For the older students, they focused on the action and interaction between natural and anthropic factors. So the aim was to ask themselves why some of the processes you can see directly in the landscape occurred. Understanding the importance of those observation of their own landscape. In this tool, they start to analyze what they see, select the specific elements of the landscape, identify if this element is a natural factor, anthropic factor, who modify the landscape they saw and why. So try to understand the causes and somehow also what they can do. In the activity number 4, directed to both of the ages, they use also this tool of the PowerPoint to present some different techniques for drawing landscape and more in general external environment. So also the concept of scale, geographical, local, spatial, and the position of the landscape. So from above, from inside, in perspective. So for example, arts teacher use a lot these activities. And they said us that was very effective because students are not used to deriving information from observation directly, from observation the reality. So next, please. They select drawing techniques, and again here simply looking out for of their window, they hang up drawings in the classrooms and discuss their projects. They saw how everyone perceived in a different way the same landscape. In the activity number 5, so going through the landscape, this was the field trip moment. For the younger, it was very funny for them to discover the courtyard of their schools in a very simple way. They start picking photos, videos, or pick landscape parts that represent, according to them, the elements of the landscape they saw before in class. So they made this huge, very interesting collage of what they saw. And this is also going deep of this competence of separate the part and understand more in deep what they saw. For the younger, we use this ready-to-use material from another project that we saw. It is very valuable. So each students have this blanket sheet, more or less. They have to perceive the landscape going through, of course, with all the 5 senses, and take some notes, practice awareness, so going very in detail of what they saw, what they say, they saw, and of course give an evaluation, mapping the routes. And this is very interesting because the first time they saw this tool, they were they said, I don't know if I can take all this information from the landscape, but they really realized that there are so many things that they don't perceive normally. And in activity number 6 was the moment to compare during the time. So we extract 2 different orthophotos from 2 different moments or 2 different years, and they try to understand which part change, what kind of change occurs, what are the causes, what was the role played by humans, and how did the landscape change. These were very interesting activities, also because normally the students of these activities was piloted in the primary school, in the last years of primary school, so they were so familiar with maps, so it was very interesting for them. And as the last activity there is this role-playing game, so how actively each of us, according to our role, can do something in this big challenge of adaptation in climate change. So each student was a major, a town councillor, a citizen, and they try to negotiate a project in their own cities. And this is what these activities were very, very fun. And as the last activities, simply to report with an essay or audiovisual presentation the activities they experienced. So as a conclusion, what we want to stress out the most important part of this process, that was the students' impressions. As you can see, sometimes someone feel discouragement in the face of some difficulties in reading and interpreting the different landscapes proposed, but this was really challenging for them. But most of them simply feel enthusiastic and interested in this topic. So thank you.
Thank you. Ludovica, you will continue, right? Ludovica will present the last project result of our Eduscape project, Eduscape references, which between other things, was aiming to interconnect us with some of you who also deal with similar topics. And the point of this project result is also a huge networking. So the floor is yours again.
Thank you. So as the very last presentation of this morning, I will present you. So the project result number 5, that is the references. This work starts trying to answer these huge questions we ask us at the very beginning of the project. So how to approach units activities. As researchers, we start to research. And we organize this Excel, very complex and detailed, trying to find the main topic, the main target, the documents type, more interesting for the project. So each of us, each of the partners of the project, start to fill out this document. So as you can see, there are we were very specific in, but trying to face the theme from different ways and approaches. From this database, we made a collection of keywords that were very useful for identifying project milestones, search and filter context in the biographic database, and define a common vocabulary for data collection. This is here, you can see more or less the first part, the first result, the highlights. So what we saw that in the last 5 years, more or less in all the country involved, we recognize a raising awareness of landscape and climate change, and also with storytelling, simulation games, so more laboratory experience in this theme. The strongest, so we recognize many potential partners in environmental and natural education, creative, outdoor activities, and in the theme of global warming. But the weakness was that we didn't find so many material on adaptation to climate change and landscape as product of anthropic and natural dynamics. So here are some of examples of best practices we inspired us. There are materials, so ready to use, inspiration for didactic units directly for students, or methods that helps us to face the activities for our units. So there are guides and catalogs. I won't go in deep. Of course, I will say where you will find all these materials. So guides and catalogs, more from the most for them from other European projects. Some teaching cards ready for teachers, so to go in depth in some specific theme or topic. Some audio-video material that can be incorporated very easily in the units. Some platforms where teachers can upload or download materials. And some ready-to-use materials that we already incorporate in our work. Of course, very important are materials for insights for teachers. We know that not all the teachers are familiar with all these concepts we presented. So we select many materials for helping teachers to feel prepared to present these activities to the class. And where will they be? All these database. At the bottom of each unit, you will find all the references related to the specific unit, but we will prepare a single file downloadable from the site with all the references from the units and also the more general ones to the landscape and climate change more in general. So, of course, the very important part to start thinking about the units where the need was the needs analysis. We brought from professors and professionals. In this analysis, we asked them if they perceive the opportunity for change in the field of environmental education. After doing the CVU analysis, we thought they were very important to ask directly to the teachers how the CVU were carried directly in the class. So of course they were very enthusiastic, saying yes, the opportunity is very. They saw this opportunity. They almost welcomed every material from these topics. As you can see, many of them just selected all the options. And also the professionals were very highlights the importance to take into the class creative activities, field works, multidisciplinarity to experience these themes. So as Mirjana just said, the main aim of all these activities was to create this network, joining research centers, teachers, schools in this objective of trying to teaching and bring into the schools these themes of landscape and climate change adaptation. And so, as the last presentation, I will say that we are looking forward to meet the Czech methodology and best practices to incorporate them in our database. So, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ludovica. A opravdu teďka je ještě jednou příležitost se doptat buď nás nebo našich partnerů.
Ludovica, so now again an opportunity to ask any questions. Should you have any? Many of you here deal with education of children and youth, and should you be interested in connecting with us, then please contact us, because we still will have one more phase of testing. Any questions? There seems to be no questions, which is not a big deal, because at least we catch up with the delay, and we can make a lunch break, and we will meet again here at 1:20.
Můžu vám podat, prosím?
Já bych se chtěl zeptat, jestli jste nepřemýšleli.
I have a question, in fact. Have you considered creating a sort of fast-forward version for grown-ups?
Je to zajímavé, co říkáte, protože já musím právě...
Thank you for this interesting question. We are used to organize workshops such as landscape architects for schools, and often the teachers actually learned a great number of things, and they connected many different informations. They are not experts in architecture and landscape, and when they have it all presented in a context, it creates a sort of complete story.
Daleko nejvíc skupina, jo. Takže mě dávalo.
And yet teachers are the most aware group of grown-ups in this respect. We cannot do it now, but for the future, it would make sense to create something like this for grown-ups, because we often learn things as separate items, and they make sense only when you have the context. We now discuss the climate change a lot, the need to react to it. We are looking for the correct ways of communicating it. So when you have the chance to gain an insight why, for example, we try to do things differently in the landscape, it also gives some hope to the people, and it enables them to see that they themselves can take an active approach, which is also one of the aims of Eduscape. Each unit also includes pages with descriptions. And these can be interesting not only for teachers, but also for wide public. Yes, for instance, the water courses, we connect the issue to other areas in order to give more complex view. I hope I answered your question. You mean a platform for grown-ups? It will be available to everyone. You don't need to be a teacher or a student. Anyone will be able to access the platform and download the materials. And if you want to read the text, you won't need to do the quiz beforehand. We hope. So you wouldn't need to go from A to Z through the lesson. You could just pick up what interests you.
Já bych se chtěla zeptat, jestli tomu uděláte nějakou reklamu.
Will there be any advertising for that? Or how will you promote it, in fact? How will you get it to the teachers? It's a pity if it's only us who know about it. You are quite right. We are not experts in that. We are experts in one thing, but we don't have a PR department for that. So it's up to you. And if you find those lessons interesting, then please spread it. Ask for more. If the teachers like it and want to use it, we hope it will spread, because it's an important issue, the issue of landscape. So we did what we could, but the channels of communication are so overloaded, and May is a tough month in June in schools, so it's really not easy to basically push through and get the information to everyone. On September 12th, we will present a platform in Vienna, and we also want to invite representatives from the ministries of education from our respective countries, and for sure we will try to push the project through the official communication channels. We know that the children's friendly city with whom we collaborated liked it, and it helped us to improve what we do, improve the workshops. So we want to keep doing that, but for sure we need more people on board. Hopefully we will get a grant for spreading the information too. The recording will be available, recording from today's event. Yes, it will be available on our website.
Prosíme mikrofon kvůli záznamu právě.
Tak, dobrý den všem, Pavel Člověk tísně. Chci se zeptat
from People in Need, an NGO. You mentioned the communication and addressing schools. So how did that go? It's a multidisciplinary theme. Could a barrier be the length of the program? Because to dedicate a whole morning to the theme of landscape could be eventually a barrier. The schools have many things to cover. Yes, so our main partner is a children's friendly city with whom we've been working for a long time, and they helped us to basically get to the future users. The association has been working in informal education for over 15 years, working with children, with youth, etc. So they have helped us a great deal. And at the beginning, we were choosing our partners. We were looking for those who had already some experience with children and youth, which is true for both the TU Wien and Juan Carlos University. They already had experience with a number of different programs, and they had contacts with a great number of schools. But sure, this is a lot of personal contact, communication, creating new contacts. It's based a lot on our years of experience and personal contacts. Yes. At the beginning, we had a long list of schools, but then we saw that they are too busy, and it was difficult to organize piloting with them. With the younger pupils, it's easier because you only communicate with one teachers, with one teacher, the main teacher of the class, whereas for the older children you have to deal with the individual teachers per subject. Or in one case we did the piloting lesson in a class that the students could select as an extra class, and we also worked with homeschoolers and their families. This was quite an interesting cooperation too. It's not easy, but when the teacher finds the issue important and is enthusiastic about it, then usually you can find this entire morning and dedicate it to the issue. But yes, you need the right teacher for that, and you need contacts. In our experience, once you start working with a school, they will get to you repeatedly. We offer a certain kind of comfort by coming to the school. We can sure send materials, but we can also be there present and teach the class ourselves. And this is an opportunity for the teacher to see how someone presents it, and then he or she can do it on his own.
Je tam možnost vlastně to propojit v rámci předmětu.
There is also an opportunity to include it in a subject where the teachers, for instance, the teachers can communicate between themselves across, and they can teach it across several subjects, such as they did in Madrid, as we saw.
Tak ještě někdo?
My děkujeme také.
Okay, thank you. So, enjoy the lunch break and we will meet here again in an hour.
krátce, protože toto je grantový projekt. Jestli je tady někdo z vás, kdo se nám nezapsal u registračního stolu do seznamu, tak poprosím, abyste se nám zapsal. Vykazujeme všechno grantové agentuře a asi tak 2 minuty, Jirko, to vidím, a s kameramanem začneme. Takže 2 minuty. Tak Jirko, ty mi jenom kejvni pak. Jo, není zapnutý. Tak, já vás vítám u odpoledního bloku konference Vzdělávání s
Welcome to the afternoon session of our conference Educating Through Landscape, organized within our international cooperation project Eduscape. Thanks for staying with us if you are here since this morning. And our afternoon session is entitled A Dialogue with the Landscape, Perception, Emotion, Art. And I will hand over to Magdalena, who put this session together. Yes, we were thinking about how to follow the morning session, to follow up, and the idea was to touch on some topics that we were confronted with when creating the materials. Speaking about landscape, our aim is always to bring the children back to landscape. Do they even know it? Do they perceive it? Do they have a relationship to landscape? These are the first steps. Nowadays, talking about landscape is inevitably linked to climate change and to its consequences. And this brings about another layer of emotions that may be hard to face for us adults. So how to share this information with children in a good way. So, we perceive the landscape, it evokes some emotion in us, plus there's the climate change and its consequences. And what's best is to consider the situation as an opportunity. So we are trying to inspire children to take action. So that's why we now want to present place-based learning, how to teach about climate change. But sometimes this is not possible, and then we can use artistic activities. We can take the emotions evoked in us by landscape and transform them, use them in an artistic activity, which can be actually very strong, and it can raise awareness, it can make something visible to others as well. So there are these two directions, and all our units include some suggestions in this sense, inspiring teachers and children how to either get engaged and take action in the environments or engage in an artistic activity. Our first speaker in this session is Richard Stiles.
Take a word and já představit nám, protože Richard je emeritní profesor
is Professor Emeritus at Technical University in Vienna. He's been interested in landscape for a long time. He is a landscape architect, but he also studied natural science. So landscape is his life mission. We are very happy to have Richard on our Eduscape team.
Yes, it's the right one, I hope. And now I don't know what to do, but yes, here. So, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. After that long introduction about art, you've only got me. So I'm a bit left over from the morning session, but it'll give you a chance to digest your lunch maybe and get onto the interesting things afterwards. Yeah, I've been asked to talk about landscape change. And maybe we go to the next one. This is another excerpt really from the methodology, so you can read this when you read the methodology, again in extended form. And I perhaps forgot to mention this morning that the methodology will also be translated into Czech and Italian and Spanish and German. So you don't have to look at it in English. But we start off by saying landscape is not what it used to be.
If you want to work with your own
yeah, okay, that's nice. Thank you. So we say this sounds like a strange statement because everybody knows that the landscape is changing and it's always changing, always has been changing and always will be changing. But it's not just the landscape that's changing. It's our understanding of landscape and our perception of landscape is changing. And what is more, we're realizing that our perception is actually part of the landscape, that somehow we are integrated. The European Landscape Convention of 2000 is a sort of expression of this new view of landscape, if you like. And the definition says landscape means an area as perceived by people whose character is the result of the action and interaction of natural and human factors. So landscape is complex and it is multi-layered. So we understand it now as a combination of the physical, the cultural, the objective and the subjective. It combines people and place, and it's about meanings and values just as much it is about the facts of ecology and land use. So it's not so easy. And the other thing I think that perhaps we don't always realize is that we didn't always have landscape, or at least we didn't always have the view of the world of landscape that we now do. I'm speaking from an English point of view, of course, and it'd be interesting to look at this in other languages. I'm not sure whether anybody has actually done this, but in English, the word landscape was first recorded late 16th century, and it was borrowed from the Flemish, the word landskip, which was very much in the context of painting. So the concept came with the Renaissance, and that was important because the Renaissance was when we began to see ourselves in a new way, to become self-aware that we were something different from our surroundings. And those surroundings were the landscape. Before that, we were very much it was just the world in which we lived and worked. I found this picture on the internet, it's wonderful. Before the Renaissance, landscape was just presented as the background to religious paintings, something glimpsed outside the window, so that's the landscape. But inside the house, of course, is the Holy Family with Joseph the carpenter, Mary doing her weaving, and the baby Jesus in his walker. But say landscape, just a secondary issue outside the window. So landscape was originally just the background of a religious painting, and this is a sort of where the situation tips, if you like. We've got the religious subject here again. This is the Holy Family flying to Egypt by Bruegel. And of course the landscape is there in the background, but as you can see, the background is so dominant that we've almost lost the religious subject. And shortly afterwards, landscape paintings became about rural life, about the peasants, and we lost all of the main religious subjects or classical themes were the other things where landscape was in the background, but then landscape became a subject, an issue, and that's when that term at least came into English. I'm not sure about krajina in Czech, or we need to follow these things up. There's probably another project in there somewhere. And what this meant, of course, is that we became separated from the landscape. The landscape became an object. We looked at the landscape from the outside rather than being part of the landscape. So we have the sort of elite here, sort of enjoying the landscape. Maybe these are the people who were part of the landscape but not really being aware of it. And it's interesting that in some languages there still isn't a word for landscape. In Arabic, I think there's no word for landscape. So, and it will be interesting again to sort of follow up the linguistic context of landscape. So it wasn't always there in the way we see it now. And as soon as landscape became an object, something separate from ourselves as humans, we realized that we can actually manipulate it, we can intervene, and we can change it. And the English landscape movement sort of picked up this idea in the 18th century and developed totally artificial, naturalistic landscapes, and they became very popular, of course, and spread throughout the rest of Europe and then beyond as a style of gardening. And there's interesting ideas that one of the reasons for the popularity of this form of design is that it was a sort of echo of the savannah where humans evolved 6 million years ago. So open landscape with groups of trees. And in fact, that's the sort of landscape that we tend to create these days everywhere around the world. So maybe there's an echo there, but I'll come back to that in a minute. So landscape is not just what you think it is. It's not just this sort of nice picture of a scenic area in the countryside. So we had the 17th century, in the 18th century, in the 19th century, it becomes a sort of subject of scientific investigation. And Alexander von Humboldt, sometimes he's called a geographer, sometimes he's called an ecologist. He began scientifically investigating landscape, and he described landscape as the total character of an area of the earth. So total character in this sense was very much the integration of all of the physical factors. So it was the climate, the geology, the soils, the fauna and flora, and the climate. So it was very much again, not so much a cultural view, but very much a scientific view. But this has been changing again, and we now, it started off, as I say, with the sort of physical geographers like von Humboldt, who was scientifically investigating the landscape, but gradually the cultural geographers, the human geographers, began to take over the landscape, and particularly people like Dennis Cosgrove in the UK, but also in the US, J.B. Jackson started looking at cultural landscapes as a matter for study, and it was stressed that it's very much a social construct, so it's not just something physical, but it's how we see the landscape. And he said landscape is a way of seeing that has its own history, but a history that can only be understood as part of the broader economic and social history. So it's very much something about how we think and how we see the landscape. And in a sort of paraphrase of the definition from the European Landscape Convention, I like to think it's a sort of way of seeing the environment. The environment is a term which is very abstract and not very easy to understand, not very easy to grasp, but the landscape is, as it were, the sort of physical manifestation of the environment as perceived by people. So it's a nice way of looking at it, I think. Another cultural geographer, Donald Meinig, said that any landscape is composed not only of what lies before our eyes, but what lies within our heads. So this is the perception side of things being stressed again. And we now know that the landscape isn't separate from the observer, but somehow it's deeply embedded within our brains and minds, and neurological research confirms this. Quotation from two relatively recent books. The Nobel Prize-winning neurologist Gerald Edelman draws attention to the fact that as human beings, our minds, as mediated by our brains, are indirectly at least conditioned by and locked into the landscapes in which we live. And he very nicely says, the brain is embodied and the body is embedded in a particular environment, so you can't have a brain without a landscape. The two are interacting, and our brains have basically evolved for us to be able to survive in particular landscapes. And in a more recent book as well, Philip Ball, who is a science writer, has written a book called The Book of Minds, in which he goes from animals to artificial intelligence. He says a space of possible minds is not a map of types of brains, nor even types of organism. Minds have a function that is defined, shaped, and arguably embodied by their environments. So landscape first, brain second, or third. And another very interesting way of looking at things has been developed by Ian McGilchrist, who is somewhere between a philosopher and a psychologist. And he's looked at the way the brain is divided into two hemispheres, and this is a subject which has puzzled people for a long time. Basically, we have two systems, sort of duplicated brains in our head. And what he's come to suggest is that the two hemispheres of the brain attend to the world in different ways. We need two ways of looking at the world, and that's why we have two halves of the brain to help us do this. The left hemisphere is analytic, it's generalizing, it sees features separately and in isolation, whereas the right hemisphere has a holistic, individual and synthetic view and understands things in context. So, if you like, the right hemisphere sees the landscape, the left hemisphere sees the individual components. And as we'll come on to in a minute, in a world where we're increasingly focusing on the detail and zooming in and losing sight of the overall context, the right hemisphere view of the world is a very important balance, I think, to that. Landscape is also seen as an integrating concept from the point of view of European science, the European Science Foundation, and COST, which is the Cooperation on Science and Technology of the European Union, published a science policy briefing on landscape in a changing world in 2010 now. And it states that landscape as a concept can help with many of the challenges facing the 21st century society. We talked about the Sustainable Development Goals this morning briefly, and it talks about these as including urban and rural transformation, post-industrial revitalization, increasing mobility, demographic and lifestyle changes, and human contributions and responses to climate change, and energy landscapes, etc., etc. So again, the landscape is a sort of key concept which integrates a whole range of these challenges that we have to face as a society. And a whole range of disciplines are now seeing landscape as a way of investigating their subjects of interest. So we have not just ecologists, but we now have landscape ecologists, which see the context, although I think in the Czech Republic, this is one of the areas that this discipline was developed ahead of everywhere else, I think. We have now landscape archaeology, which looks at the context in which former civilizations used to live, not just individual sites or objects, but they look at their interrelationship with their environment. And we even have landscape urbanism as a new way of looking at how to plan and design cities. So the important thing is that landscape is not just complex and multi-layered, but it's ubiquitous, it's everywhere. It's there, it's outside every window, and it's a resource for teaching and learning that costs nothing and is very rich and valuable. It's outside every window, but if you don't look outside, you won't see it. And this is a sort of attempt to show the situation in which especially children are growing up into now. They have the virtual world on one side, the real world on the other. They're faced with a world of games and apps and social media. The classroom is now being digitalized, so everything is being mediated through a screen. And if we want the future generations to be concerned with climate change, biodiversity, then they need to be tuned into the real world. And there are studies which have now shown that children are often better at identifying characters from computer games than they are from their own plants and animals in their own natural surroundings. So I've sort of characterized this as Greta Thunberg versus Mark Zuckerberg. These are the two people involved. And so it's engagement or withdrawal, and that's what we need to think about. And the landscape is stressing, as it were, the qualities relating to the real world, which I think are important balance to the digital world. We have a sort of crossroads as exemplified by the works of these two well-known artists, Magritte and Caspar David Friedrich. We have the world of the digital world of the computer, where we're all focused on our apples, or we have the world of looking out into the environment and coming to grips with the challenges that are facing us. So the landscape is changing, and we're changing with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was perfect, as always. Máme nějaké otázky z publika?
Are there any questions from the audience?
Prosím dalšího přednášejícího. Moc děkujeme Richardovi za krásný shrnutí.
Many thanks to Richard for summarizing the developments and for reminding us of the need to draw children's attention back to the real world. Our next speaker is Vladimír Kmoch, who is a psychiatrist. He teaches at many institutions, he has his own practice, and he's been a long collaborator with the NGO Child Friendly City, and he focuses on nature and also on digital children in digital world and addictions. Thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here. I was here on Wednesday as well. There was the conference Urbanscapes. So my task was to have a look at what happens in our brain when we see greenery or when we do not see greenery, and I've also mentioned environmental grief. Yesterday I saw an interesting TED Talk, and I learned that there's now a new profession, a climate psychiatrist. That was news to me. So this is a garden we use to treat people with different addictions. And last year this garden was certified as a natural garden. As part of this garden, we created a small lake, and we hired a gardener, Ms. Procházková, who helped us create this lake. First of all, I'd like to ask you, are there any architects in the room? Please raise your hand. Welcome. Teachers. Are there any teachers, lecturers, trainers? Welcome as well. Are there any therapists?
Možná bych tam trochu řadil. Zahradníka máme nějaké.
Any gardeners?
Ano, zahradníky. Vítáme zahradníky.
Welcome to gardeners. Botanists?
Taky botaniky máme.
Yes, we do have botanists.
Máme lékaře, možná.
Any doctors?
Máme zahradní terapeuty.
Any garden therapists?
Teď usilujeme i o tu aprobaci, aby zahradní terapeut mohl být součástí větších týmů a 10.10.
We are now striving for a certification of garden therapists. We're organizing a conference on this. Any other professions which I did not mention?
Ještě dál s námi to je.
Thank you.
Ve stručnosti ta zahradní terapie, tak jak ji
The garden therapy, as I understand it, has been used in history for a very long time. We have records about it from Egypt. Sick members of the royal family used to go for walks in these gardens. I very much like the monastery of Břevno.
A když jsem kdysi zvažoval, že si udělám ještě nějaký kurz terapeutický,
which has a beautiful garden,
kurz ovocní stranu v krajině, tak jsem neváhal a šel jsem spíš tímhle směrem. A takže se Standou Bočkem jsem se pak potkal několikrát i osobně. Ale
the garden was created by Stanislav Boček, who I appreciate very much. I'd like to mention the American psychiatrist Benjamin Rush, who in the 18th century already said that digging the earth has a healing potential. Dr. Šimsa founded this sanatorium in 1909. The name of the sanatorium was Vitanova.
A ten si z něj udělal srandu v krvavém románu.
This sanatorium was used to treat psychosomatic patients, and it has a huge garden,
který má na stěnách svého sanatoria různé nápisy, třeba kdo v sebe alkohol lije, spálí si v mozku kandlie, nebo rozumný vždy hledí na leviny, játraný v tom líh, co pije pátra, takže mi si udělal takovou z něj legrácku, ale proč to vlastně říkám to kvůli tomu, když se podíváte na ten...
If you look at this picture, actually nowadays the garden is
těch psychiatrických zařízení.
Much worse state, unfortunately.
Řemek podlahá nějakým směrem ovlivnil. Samozřejmě tam bylo část té propagandy a není to vždycky tak jako čisté, ale ten princip třeba recyklace nebo nějaké udržitelnosti a znovu užívání materiálu přišel zajímavý i třeba takový občas i ty skleníky takhle složený z těch zavařovaček.
I would like to mention this famous Czech TV show.
No ale co?
Which inspired viewers to recycle a long time ago. In September 2023, the EU issued or adopted a ban on adding microplastics. to the surfaces of playgrounds. Those playgrounds that already have microplastics. In the surface of the playgrounds, they have now 8 years to replace them. Microplastics are smaller than 0.5 millimeters, so this is a very good thing that these microplastics were banned.
Tady teda ještě to hovořil tu starší poděčičku, ale kdybyste si ho ještě rychle zřídit, tak to bude mít...
So if you still want to get a playground of this kind for the few remaining years, it will also cost you several times more than natural grass. And some countries go further and search for harmless biological grass materials, using also compost and biodegradable items and so on. I looked into what's going on here in the Czech Republic. I also spoke with other experts, and we saw that denying the global climate change happening is a common thing, as George Marshall says it in his book. In his book, Don't Even Think About It. This denial is there. Professor of psychology at Harvard University, Daniel Gilbert, describes that during evolution, our brain has learned to react to a threat, to react very quickly to it. And it is a threat that is personal, sudden, immoral, or very up-to-date. Which is not the case of climate change for many, including former presidents. However, we do need to think about how we will communicate that to the future generations, and I believe that the EU approaches it quite reasonably. When you look at surveys conducted, a survey from 2022 by an agency in the Czech Republic reveals that majority of Czechs doesn't doubt that climate change exists. Many people are depressed, they don't know how to deal with their complicated lives. We know that if you lock someone in, as we did during COVID, it will cause depression in many. A study focused on well-being among teenagers revealed that up to 40% of them have anxiety problems and depressions, which is a big issue. When you are a teenage person, your brain is set in a way that you need to meet your friends, your peers, you need to have first relationships, and this hadn't happened, and now we are bearing the fruits. If the use of screens has increased by 30% if compared to the pre-COVID period. And the dependency has increased as well. Then the term environmental anxiety or sorrow is something that we can measure. Sometimes it's a state of mind or being that requires medication. Being outdoors can also help in dealing with environmental anxiety or sorrow. Such as spending time in a garden or among vegetation. It can indeed reduce anxiety. It also changes the way you perceive time, for instance. So this environmental sorrow is a psychological reaction to a loss or losses caused by climate change or destruction of our environment. In some years, up to 2/3 of population won't have sufficient access to clean water, and in some people, some people already have plans to reduce the number of offsprings. Some people deliberately, especially young people, travel less. They go vegan, they reduce their number of flights. And there is a possibility of changing sorrow into active solution, including Greta Thunberg in Sweden. One of Czech psychiatrists who specializes in children and young people said that she was an autist, which reveals the negative attitude of the Czech society to Greta Thunberg. But I wouldn't see it as such. And I believe it was her grandfather who discovered that CO2 what it does to our environment. It's increased. The movement for future is increasing in its strength, including in the Czech Republic. We can already see some impacts of climate change, including floods, hurricanes, fires, heat, migration seeking source of water or food.
Kteří jako přemigrovali z jižních částí, prostě, protože tam už vlastně...
I do meet people who came here from south because they couldn't live there anymore, either because of insufficient means or safety reasons.
A to zase je téma, které to posttrauma, když se neřeší.
There is also the post-traumatic shock syndrome disorder that can be analyzed also in people who, for instance, went through a hurricane. Next thing is social isolation, for instance, of gamers. You can order everything online, so you don't actually need to leave your apartment. This has become a possibility of a reality. And often in such cases, such individual is supported by his family, by his parents, and doesn't have a family of his own, children or spouse. And then when his parents die, such individuals are unable to function in normal society. We met such a person. He stopped studying while at high school, and he was just gaming. He was completely dependent on his Wi-Fi internet access. In the UK, they already had to hospitalize a 3-year-old girl who was addicted to her iPad. And if not treated, then a number of addictologic disorders increases, be it alcohol or benzodiazepines. If we look at how things were in the past, so only a generation ago, half of the children played in wild nature, whereas now it's 1 in 10 children, according to a British study. And while in 1800 only 3% of people around the world lived in cities, now it's about 55%, and in 2050 it should be up to 68 according to the UN. We know that being in nature has a positive impact on our emotions, thinking, attention, social behavior, creativity, etc. For instance, to give an example, if you use the Google Maps app, you won't look at what are the streets next to your street. They won't even know the names. We don't train those hippocampuses. You just use your navigation, you follow it, and you don't actually know names of the other streets. This is what digital dementia is also. In 2009, we planted a sequoia tree with a colleague of mine. It's one of the longest living trees. It can live up to 3,000 years, and now it's about 30 years old, and hopefully one day it would be one of the largest trees next to our psychiatric ward. Mr. Spitter describes in his book Hyper and Echo the positive impacts of stay in nature. There is also garden therapy, using a smaller scale of a garden. In the UK, they use the green care term, also in Austria, and this includes natural playgrounds, a community garden in cities, teaching and therapy at farms, green exercise, healing gardens, therapy in wilderness, etc. It can also include sowing plants and flowers, or doing land art, etc. So here you have a view of our garden, including medicinal plants. And since 2012, there is an MA program in Vienna called Green Care. here in the Czech context, you can have courses of garden therapy. For instance, something we had tailor-made for us by the Eco Center Lipka and Zdana Křivánková.
Tak a teď nějaké studie, aby jsme
to mention a few studies, you know that if you take children with ADHD to a park, their concentration improves once you come back, and if you take them into streets, it won't improve. So it is important indeed to build school gardens with as much greenery as possible. This is, for instance, what they do in Paris. They decided to put more greenery in the schoolyards. I'm not aware of something similar going on in Prague, but it indeed is very important because it can install a relationship between the child and nature.
No a my víme, že pohyb zeleně snižuje kortizol, což
we know that being in nature reduces the stress hormone cortisol.
A máme tady celou řadu studií třeba o tom, že čas trávení.
There are a number of studies that time spent in nature improves our physical and mental health and reduces mortality in areas that are more green with higher trees, etc. People live longer. For sure, it can be due to the fact that these are better off neighborhoods with overall better lifestyle, but it is one of the phenomena that greenery is actually important. Gilbert in Nature from 2016 says that in cities we are 40% more likely to develop bad moods because throughout the evolution we lived surrounded by greenery. A number of surveys were conducted in Japan, where Professor Miyazaki tested dozens of places and forests. One of his experiments consists of people walking in a park in Tokyo, and what was measured was that the heart frequency reduces, the parasympathetic activity increases, and people had an overall better feeling of calmness. Okay, so I have to cut it short a bit. This is a study showing that visual perception of nature can improve our state of being. And a few pictures from our garden surrounding our clinic, which is in the center of Prague, in fact, and we also we take our patients to botanical garden. We do kokedamas. This is one by patients suffering from schizophrenia, and we garden in general as well. If you want to help tackling climate change, the best thing to do is to plant trees as published in the Science magazine. These are some of the landscape by Stenipel, views of possible solutions, accessible even to people on wheelchairs. Do any of you have a small garden? Many of you have gardens and flowers on balcony and plants at home, at work, plants at work. Excellent. Do you go daily into a garden or outside? Yes. It looks like you do things well, indeed. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Vladimir, so much. Are there any questions? Yes, we have questions. Will the presentation be available? Yes. But it's too big, so I will reduce it and I will make a PDF folder so it could be sent by mail. You can ask Vladimir to do whatever presentation, and he always includes everything he likes in it. But thank you for mentioning rubber and playgrounds. It's one of the topics really close to my heart, and I believe that recycling tires by putting them onto playgrounds is not the best way to do things. You mentioned the virtual greenery, virtual landscape, very briefly. So what does it mean? You mean that something that doesn't exist but is synthetic can influence us positively? Yes, our brain, a human brain, can detect different shades of green. You have to know whether there is someone hiding behind a bush, an enemy or a wild animal or something. And so our brain reacts to greens. There is a project going on which consists of screening pictures of forest, virgin forest to people. A colleague of mine will use some Czech virgin forest picture of them being screened to people. So yes, you can do it with virtual greenery as well. And this is why the logo of Eduscape is green indeed. Okay, so thank you again very much. And I will now invite Petra Skalicka from People in Need. Petra studied biology and worked as a teacher, but has worked for people in need in their program called Variants, and also creates Metodologie. And she is here with us because the organization People in Need have long dedicated their attention to teaching about climate and approaching it in a positive perspective. Thank you for having me and introducing me. Thank you for being here. I will explain briefly how we deal with education on climate change. I also brought some materials so you can leave through it and pass it on.
Jo. Tak my v Člověku v tísni, konkrétně ve vzdělávací...
So in our organization and in the variants educational program, dedicate our attention to global responsibility and citizenship. And recently we saw that we need to focus more on climate change. So we started creating materials for teachers, organizing educational events, etc. We have an online course called Climatic Change, accessible to teachers, students, and general public. We also have a program, Active Citizens, which incites young people to be interested in what's going on around them, how they can change things, and we collaborated with several schools who participate in this program and use the materials in their projects aimed at tackling climate change. We also created a website called Teaching About Climate, with also information available about events and activities, etc. To mention some materials available, there is the Ethics of Climate Change, a material we had translated from English. It's done by Irish colleagues. And we also have a dedicated team focused on climate change in our organization.
No a já jsem si říkala, že bych, teď nevím, co je nějaká chytička, jo, děkuji, že začneme takovým krátkým filmem.
I thought we could start with a short movie within the project One Planet for All, an international project. We asked university students to create short videos, and we will watch the animal farm. It's about 8 minutes, but we will watch roughly 2.5 minutes.
Vážení kolegové a prasátko, jak jste již určitě zaznamenali, doutná nám střecha. Na vlastní oči jsem viděla, jak jiskry dopadají čím dál blíže uskladněného suchého sena. Je to skutečná hrozba, taky prosím, berte vážně. Jak si můžete všimnout, požár se nejdříve rozšíří v podkroví a následně se bude lavinovitě šířit dál do celé stodoly. Poškození trámou zde a zde nenávratně naruší statiku budovy a povede ke zřícení střechy zde a snad nemusím připomínat, že střechu nad hlavou potřebujeme všichni.
Podle mě je to hlavně tvůj problém, slepice.
Jak jako můj problém?
Vytahuješ to, protože přímo pod střechou je úplně náhodou tvůj kurník.
To je pravda. Jak tomu máme rozumět, slepičko? Šmaria, teď jsem vám to řekla. Podle této analýzy.
Analýza. Si myslíš, že jsme tak tupí? Jde ti jen o tvoje dobro.
Jo, jen o tvoje dobro. Vždyť tu všichni uhoříme, ale ty první.
Počkejte, zvířátka. Jestli jsou ty obrázky pravdivé.
To je přesně ono. Jestli jsou pravdivé. Ale já mám náhodou vlastní analýzu, podle které oheň vypálí celý kurník a nás ostatní nechá na pokoji. Takže abych to shrnul. Já opravdu nemám chuť řešit nějaké fiktivní problémy horních 10 slepic. Celou dobu na nás poctivá zvířátka kálí z vrchu. Tak si to pro jednou taky vyžerou. No nemám pravdu?
Ano. Kravičko, co si o tom myslíš ty?
Já si hlavně myslím, že je to chyba předchozí vlády.
Ano, má pravdu.
Ale současně si myslím, že se s tím nedá nic dělat.
Co?
Prostě některé věci jsou takový, jaký jsou. Někdy prší, někdy je sucho. Někdy ti chytne stodola.
Já ale nechci, aby nám chytla stodola.
To je furt já. Myslíš taky někdy na někoho jinýho?
A tak to prostě je.
Tak příběh ještě pokračuje, ale já jsem jenom...
The story goes on. I just wanted to show you that we can use such a story to see what emotions it evokes in us. Afterwards, the animals are going to vote, so we could discuss how they vote, how we would vote.
Čí je zodpovědnost podle nás a tak.
Who is responsible according to the animals, according to us. So the film raises many questions. And the film also very nicely simulates the situation in which we are right now. So, as we all know, the planet is warming up. About 0.2 degrees. It's getting 0.2 degrees Celsius every 10 years.
Protože je velmi rychlé, je 10krát rychlejší.
This warming is 10 times faster compared to when it was natural.
A bylo potřeba...
So, just as in the video, there was a risk of fire in the film. We are in a serious situation which can be dealt with, but is serious. And according to the International Panel on Climate Change, we know that we should do our best so that by
20 přes 2 stupně Celsia.
The temperature rise does not increase by more than 1.2 degrees. So,
se vlastně
there's what we call the climate opportunity or the climate window, and it's getting more and more narrow. In 2002, there was this countdown that was placed in Prague, in Letna Park.
Když se k dětem
This was the countdown. And when this kind of information reaches children, they may feel that it's pointless to do anything, or they may be shocked. They may think, why is not someone doing something about it? So the question is how to prepare children for their future, and what should climate education look like? You may guess why I included this picture. It's from this publication, which contains recommendations for climate education. It was published in 2021 by the Ministry of Environment, together with the Committee for Education for Sustainable Development. This is an approach created in Finland. It's a model of a bicycle.
že stejně
says that we must have a holistic approach to climate education. Just like when you are riding a bike, you need all the parts to the bike. It's the same for climate education. First of all, you need knowledge, not only environmental knowledge, but social knowledge, because climate change is not limited to environment. It's social, economic, political, and so on. Also, need to develop critical thinking, creative thinking, engaged thinking. The frame of the bike is important too. So we need to talk about values. What are our values? What is our role in the world? Motivation and participation are important as well.
Tak se nikam dopředu nepohneme. Zároveň je potřeba
our own action is important. We also need to be aware of barriers. What is preventing us from going forward? We need to know where we are going, what is our goal, our destination, so we need to be future-oriented.
Tak jsou nesmírně důležité emoce a ta naděje.
Emotions and hope are other important notions. The publication I mentioned includes 4 principles: being precise and critical, being close and tangible, including social and emotional aspects and active engagement. So the first principle, let's be precise and critical. This means we should work with verified information, avoid spreading hoaxes. So we should present children with verified data. This is a research done by Masaryk University entitled Czech Climate 2021. This research has shown that even though people do not mostly doubt climate change and they do not question the human involvement, the human factor, in spite of all that, people lack knowledge about climate and climate change. That's why we need to stress that teachers should have the correct information. For example, this website is a very good source about facts on climate change. The second principle is being close and tangible. We should not just look at things happening far away, icebergs melting down, or the rainforest in the Amazon decreasing. It's not enough to look at these faraway things. We need to be local. We have a program, Active Citizens, or other programs. And in these programs, pupils create first maps of their surroundings where they can identify places where climate change is reflected. They can also use photographs. And the third principle is about including the social and emotional aspects. We've already heard a lot about this. previous presentation,
Čechů často se objevují ty pocity
research from 2021 says that many Czechs, many young Czechs feel helpless, they feel fear, sadness, anger, confusion. So we should cultivate in children feelings that are conducive to hope and joy, because if the fear or sadness becomes overwhelming, it will prevent children from acting. We definitely recommend to work with emotions. There are lots of great books on the topic of emotions for children. We teach teachers to have a dialogue with children. For example, the method philosophy for children is great for teaching empathy, reinforcing relationships with other people and with nature. We work a lot with stories. This is a book that we had made actually by Stara. It is not only about climate change, it's about different global topics. There's the project One Planet for All, and within this project we had a collaboration with an artist called Toy Box, and she drew faces of climate change and stories of people who are trying and are succeeding in dealing with the impacts of climate change. And the fourth principle is supporting active engagement. This is extremely important. This means not only experiential learning or project learning, but what is important here is learning outdoors. There's a lot children can learn outdoors. Jan Kreinheinzel says that knowledge itself does not automatically change attitudes and behaviors. For that you need action and activities. And it has been proven that if children themselves can come up with a project and implement it, it strengthens their sense of efficacy and their hope that they can do something about the problem. And that's also a proven impact of these projects, an increased sense of efficacy, self-efficacy. These are the different projects, school garden, moors in the community, in the village. My last comment, and it's not just something we came up with, it's important not to scare children. We should not scare them with disastrous visions, but also we need to be truthful and to tell them the truth, but in a way they can handle. And this is also true for the pictures we show them. If we show children very very harsh pictures. It will not motivate them. Or if we show them what's wrong with the landscape, we also need to show them some hope. What is important also is not to make the children feel guilty. For example, if they take the plane once a year, when going on holidays with their parents, they should not feel guilty about it. But we can show them some alternatives lifestyle. These are the books that I sent around.
Tak na YouTube můžete najít ještě další 4 filmy.
There are 4 more videos you can find on YouTube related to the topic. This is the website teaching about climate.
Tak se můžete přidat i k facebookové skupině.
There's also a Facebook group entitled Učím o klimatu and I teach about climate. We are preparing 2 online courses for pupils, healthy landscape and climate change. These courses are designed for lower secondary and upper secondary schools, and we are looking for partner schools to pilot these courses. Thank you for this amazing presentation. The program Healthy Landscape, that's something new. Yes, that's right. We are creating it right now. It's an international project called Life Well. And we are preparing 2 online courses, Healthy Landscape and Climate Change.
Budeme muset prolinkovat, jak tady o tom mluvíme dneska, propojit. A má někdo nějaký dotaz?
Are there any questions?
Shrnutí i za vypíchnutí toho,
co
není
for the summary and for
jsem přesně chtěla, aby zaznělo, takže děkuju.
Má někdo nějaký how to teach about climate change?
Tak asi ne, děkuju. A ještě dalšího přednášejícího poprosím, máme Elišku Hájkovou, kde pak ji mám tamhle, která je z střediska ekologické výchovy Sever, který se už dlouhodobě zabývá.
Colleague of ours, Eliška Hájková, who is from the organization Sever, and they have much experience in place-based learning.
Děkuji také. Dobrý den.
So you have the floor. Thank you.
Já bych vám ráda představila koncept.
I would like to present a concept of place-based learning, something that was already mentioned here.
A chtěla bych vám ukázat, jako
and I would like to show you how we use it in our Center of Ecologic Education in Horní Maršov. It's a year-long program, meaning schools get involved in September and end in June. We have now been running this program for 20 years and had some 300 schools that participated in it. We also collaborate with people in need, and we have similar goals as the Active Citizens program, which Petra mentioned briefly. If you wanted to get involved, we have regional consultants in most regions. The program starts with mapping the values of a place. This is what is done by the pupils and students in collaboration with partners in the communities. The program is based on two aspects, place-based learning and project education. This involves two phases. First part of the project education ends with a vision of a place in a few years from now, and in the second cycle they deal with the projects for the specific place. So what is place-based learning? The local environment we work with is this unifying context for the education. And we use this place to teach the children what they need to be taught. Part of place-based learning is active involvement of citizens. In the Czech context, this can raise a number of feelings such as strikes and so on, but we think that this is the way to really tackle some issues, not only on supranational or national levels. We have the 2030 goals, but to do it locally, it's important to see that we can do things locally in order to help tackle the issues. Another important aspect is that it creates social capital. It's a community thing, meaning it helps create partnerships within the community, the village, the city. Often the children go to their local municipality with their project, and they can be able to reach an agreement, and they get parents involved and local authorities involved, and a community is created thanks to those children who were there at the beginning of things. So what are our targets is to create a relationship between the children and the place. It doesn't necessarily mean that I need to spend my entire life in one place. I can also take it with me elsewhere. Place-based learning means acquiring skills and then also carry them on to other places. The project also mentioned participation, and participation is one of the most important ways of giving children the feeling that they can change things. And if we tell them, oh no, don't do that, this is too complicated to make a pond, it's not a good place, let's make a better bus stop, for instance, they will be robbed of this feeling that they can actually do things and do them differently. Some 20 years ago, we drew inspiration from Delia Clark, who connected us to David Sobel, a professor emeritus in States. We also got inspired by their title of place-based learning. So what does it entail? It's learning about a place. For sure, we have some figures in our Czech history, be it Comenius and others. We could mention the author Eduard Storch, who founded a children's farm and taught about place too. So most of us do that. It's also part of the curriculum.
Učení v místě se vlastně už na českých školách děje. Taky docela často.
The number 2, teaching in a place. This is what's happening. You might teach about a dam, about a forest. You go to see that as you teach about it. But one thing that's specific for place-based learning is learning through a place. So that's number 4. And this means that you can also teach about other issues if you use the learning through a place. This is one of the most important principles. This can be a sort of filter for you. If you already do some activities and want to connect them more to a place, you can look at what you do and go one step further and see whether there is something you can enrich your activity with. Another tool is this place-based learning ladder. The first step being regular classes where you include your local examples. So let's say you teach about a dam and you have a dam nearby, and maybe you don't have time to go out within the 45 minutes, but you can tell the children when you go to swim there, look at what the dam looks like, what is it for, etc. Then one step further, it's lessons done in a way to include direct experience with the place. Next step is content created to use the advantages offered by the place and creating partnerships with community. And the last step is to help the place doing a project that can help the specific place. So going up and down the ladder, if you go up, the requirements increase. You can go deeper, be more complex, make bigger impact.
Ten čtvrtý stupeň toho žebříku, a to je ten program Škola pro udržitelný život.
I would now like to present the program School for Sustainable Life. That would be the 4th step on the ladder. And I would also like to mention that you don't need to go all the way up. It doesn't mean that the 4th step is the best and that we all need to do it. I will just show you what we did within those 20 years of our experience. So this is the map of the steps.
My jsme se asi před 5 lety podobně jako vlastně
several steps there. Some years ago, we decided that it is important to teach about climate change, and I have here some materials available at the učíme-o-klimatu.cz. It's done by our colleagues from Ústí nad Labem and Brno, and our colleagues from these universities also conducted studies among the students, so they have evidence-based results from a survey. So the survey revealed that students know the causes of climate change, they know what are the predictions for the future, but they don't have much of detailed information. And also many of those young people do something. They switch off the lights, they recycle, etc. But they are in a situation where they see that it's indeed a big issue, but they don't know what else they can do to help or whom they can speak to about it, etc. So we try to stick to 4 basic principles, showing them that they can indeed do something more, that they can go one step beyond. We want these to be relevant because it is their issue. The climate change is indeed there. It's something that touches their lives and is relevant to them. We also show that these are community projects, so they don't need to do things alone, but they can join forces with other people. So what are the steps? First is the place. So you set the borders of the place, and this works well with small and older children alike, and it's also nice to perceive the place through their senses. We also work with their strengths. It's a year-long project, so they can use their strengths in this project. We also work with stories about the place to create a relationship. Often it's a building telling a story, or a stone, or another persona that the children invent. So this would be the first step, the perception. And then the second step focuses on sustainable life and climate change. Here they do mental maps, they map what they know about climate change. We also work with feelings that they have about this issue. They have the possibility to write down what they feel and think and share it, so we can discover those stories together. So this is the second step, getting deeper.
Ve třetím kroce.
And in the third step, we focus on mapping. This is one of the basic tools of place-based learning. I can recommend the book of David Sobbing, Map Making with Children. which is a book that has influenced this educational approach. Here you can see a few examples. Sometimes it's a digital map, sometimes it's drawn, or it's a sort of collage. And first comes a sort of sentimental, emotional map. They point out where they like to be, where they don't feel so well, etc. They also point out their values, places valuable to them. They add symbols. It can be symbols of places impacted by drought, etc. But it can be also a recycling center, a cycling path, trees, rental places, etc. And they also map adaptation measures such as water reservoirs, etc. So we also want to be on the positive note. We want to show where are the good places within the municipality. Next, they do a local action plan for climate. We got inspired by action climate plans done by experts. They have a chart, they fill in all sorts of information, such as the level of endangerment, how many cars, what's the size of the area, etc., etc. So many informations that they fill in to see where are the problems and what can be done. Once this is done, they go to the local municipality and they present their findings and see what the municipality can or should do with that and what they recommend. Then there are many ways of dealing with the information available. For instance, here it's a courtyard in school and they fill in the information of what needs to be there in order to meet their goal. Next comes the project. So here we are in the town of Prachatice and they were drawing on canalization entries on the streets to point out where the water is being drained. They also had the project of putting tags on interesting places. Next, they created a map and then made a meeting with local inhabitants and wanted to create a pond. So many different projects in different places around the countries.
Vlastně něco jako by ta obec má, která se snaží na nějaký klimatický plán. No a na závěr nezbývá než to.
At the end of the project, it's important to evaluate, to reflect, but also to celebrate and praise themselves for their achievements. We do stress the importance of that. We also did an evaluation of the program, so we know that it's a program that develops the relationship to the place, but not to such extent, because we found out that those children already have a relationship with their place. But it also develops other competences important for their lives. Children respond that they have better feeling in their class now, they deepened their friendship, they learned many things. Teachers say that it develops their professional competences, they improve their participation, are better capable of dealing with authorities. And we also have some recommendations. It takes a lot of time, so we say that now in advance. We would want this program to be part of the daily curriculum, but many teachers actually do it in the afternoon, including with children. Often the teachers are very lonely in doing that. Maybe only one teacher in the entire school who are also in contact with us and with so we recommend that there be more of them working on it in one school and improve their participation, and then give a lot of independence to the children so they have the feeling that they can actually change something. If you wanted to know more, you can look at our website, Škola pro život, School for Life. You will find here updated information. You will also find here what we do, including summer program, and you can get involved in our program. We have about 50 places available, and this is about it from me.
Děkujeme moc za pozitivní příklad něčeho.
Thanks for a positive example of something that's been working for 20 years at least. Any questions?
Děkuji moc za zajímavou prezentaci.
Thank you for this interesting presentation.
Dvě věci.
I have two questions. Is it the whole school that participates or just a team? And also you said there is some financial remuneration for the implementation of this program.
Jak dokážete jako získat ty finance na ty
Where do you, how do you manage to find the funding? Is it the community that finances the projects? So it depends. Usually it's one class that participates. We have schools that have been participating for a long time. And for example, every 6th grade takes part. We would prefer the whole school to take part, but we don't have any case like that. Concerning the funding, we are an NGO, so
nebo práci těch škol, takže letos se dostáváme třeba na nějakou částku 10 000, které můžeme těm školám přispět.
We find different sources of funding, and we can offer about 10,000 Czech crowns to the school, either for the implementation of the project
designed by the children. Právě posuneme i tak na malou částku. Děti na obci řeknou, že na to mají prostě 10 000.
But what happens quite often
ta obec něčím přispěje.
is that if the children design something and they tell the community that they have money for that, usually the community gives them some money as well. And some parents help with their work or with material.
No, děkuji. A máte tu zkušenost, to by mě zajímalo, jestli třeba
I'm interested to know whether students who participated in the program a long time ago, do you have some feedback from such students? Yes, two feedbacks. Lida Kozlová and Eliška Víravová. They are children who repeatedly participated in the program and they were awarded Josefa Vroušek Prize. Amazing. Of course, it was not only thanks to our program. Many thanks for the presentation. Our next speaker is Pavla Gajdošíková, who will be speaking about art. Pavla graduated from the Arts Academy. She is also a graduate of the teaching faculty. She teaches now at the teaching faculty of Charles University. She's an artist herself.
Na Pavlu dostali byl program nebo vlastně semestrální možná semestr pro žáky na fakultě pedagogické fakultě, který se jmenoval Kreativní učení ve veřejném prostoru.
Involved in a course called Creative Learning in Public Space. Hello everyone, I will present my own perspective on the topic, which is not the perspective of climate change.
Z pohledu výtvarné výchovy na krajinu.
I will focus more on art education and landscape, both natural and cultural landscape. With my colleagues from the arts department, we designed a project comprising several workshops. We asked our colleagues, artists, teachers, experts who deal with the topic of landscape and public space, and we organized 9 workshops.
Studenty katedry výtvarné výchovy. Takže pro budoucí pedagogy.
So this was designed for future teachers, actually.
A prožívat.
And the project focused on how to perceive space and landscape and how to work with it. Some were more interested in ecology, some less.
Tu prezentaci starší. Já otevřu tu novější.
This is actually the old version of my presentation. Let me find the most recent one.
Tady jenom jsem udělala ještě malinké změny, kde jsem chtěla představit.
I made some slight changes to my presentation. I wanted to introduce the scientific team who participated on the creation of the publication. So, besides artists and teachers, there were some theoreticians and didacticians. Zuzana Svatošová and Michala Koříková, Vendula Framlová, who is an art theoretician dealing with public space and landscape. The result of this project will be a publication
kde budeme podrobně popisovat workshopů formou případových studií a na co se také zaměřujeme.
Art education in public space. It will contain case studies.
Takže jsme si definovali hlavní výzkumné otázky, které jsou, jaké
defined our main research questions. We defined, so the questions were what pedagogical strategies to develop creativity are used by artists and art teachers within the implemented workshops.
A zkoušeli jsme přejít na to, jaké jsou strategie umělci a pedagogové.
We tried to find what are the pedagogical strategies used by the artists. So, I'd like to give you a glimpse of the teaching strategies used by the artists. These are the artists who were involved: Kurt Gebauer, Tomáš Čadoň, and others. These artists are very much involved with this topic. So let me begin by the workshop Alienated Landscape, implemented by Lenka Cikolia in Uhříněves. Together with our students, they walked. It was a participative walk through Uhříněves with several stops on the way. This is closely related to the presentation we heard before on place-based learning. My colleague presented this in a more complex and conceptual way. So what she did was that they visited a Baroque church, they measured the church, the layout, and then they transferred the layout to the industrial landscape in Uhříněves. Then we described, me and my colleague described specific tasks for students. These were mainly perceiving the changes in the cultivated forest landscape. So they took sticks and they measured the landscape. They walked through the landscape and they explored how the landscape changed during the history, and they also realized a performance, which you can see here. So here the students are surveying or measuring, surveying the layout of the church in this landscape.
A představovali si, vnímali ten prostor.
So they were at the same time perceiving the space.
Tak to byl krátký záznam jenom z performance.
So that was a short recording of the performance. Each of the teachers invited another artist, and reflection is very important. And we also teach our students to reflect.
Výuku, všechno, co zažívají.
Reflect all the experience. So, as part of the workshop,
přišli z té participativní procházky, protože taky to
after the participative walk,
byli požádáni o to.
They were asked to create a mental map of what they remembered from the walk. This is an example.
Zapamatovávala ty dopravní situace, jak se tam
what the student remembered about the different crossings of the roads, paths, the bus stop. And they were also asked to create a mental map
základní školy. Takže tady studentka
they were asked to reflect the different subjects, how different school subjects can be reflected in the workshop.
Tak v tom hledala, s čím se to může propojovat. Tak dále je
So she mentioned physical education, mathematics, and so on. This is the description of the lecture's teaching strategy. So what was the method used? So this is an example of how a teacher can work. It was an experiential visit of some sites, a lecture on the cultural and historical context. We created a conceptual map of the theme of the workshop, which emphasizes the main keywords. So this is an example of one of the workshops which was part of our project. Now let me briefly mention other projects. Another artist
who
implemented her workshop in Uhříněves was Dagmar Šubertová, who has been engaged with the themes of landscape, nature, climate change for a long time. So she also went for a walk through Uhříněves with her students, and they looked at several sites, and they were mainly concerned with traffic, car traffic, different types of traffic, what works, what doesn't work. So she tried to stimulate reflection and to look at natural and industrial landscape. These are the specific tasks for students.
Další, tady jsou ještě výsledky, skici, co studenti zaznamenali.
Sketches of students.
Jeden z dalších workshopů, který jsem vybrala, byl...
Another workshop I'd like to mention was the workshop of Zdeněk Hůla called Za kostelcem. It was a participative walk through a forest or a park with a few stops where he described the history of the landscape, the changes in the landscape, what happened there. And he invited students to work on different specific tasks, which you can see here. So the question was, how do you perceive the transformation of this forest landscape? And they were also asked to
a když chtěli
to create a work of art
různé
outdoors, they also created different artifacts. As you can see here,
si vytvořili takový deník ořechový, ořech, nebo i zkoumali vlastně pomocí aplikací, co jsou jaké květiny,
they also tried to identify different species of plants using an app. In this way, they were becoming familiar with the landscape.
Tak a dále workshopy už se zabývaly i městskou krajinou.
There were also workshops dealing with
urban
landscape. For example, Tomáš Čadoň's workshop. Tomáš Čadoň is a Slovak sculptor, and he focuses on block houses, blocks of flats, housing estates. So first, we visited Jablice housing estate, we did a survey, we discussed the history of the housing estate, and then we went back to school, and the task for the students was to put a head on the elevator shaft. So they were asked to create a sculpture that would be a social comment on the current situation. You can see the different artifacts that were created.
A další workshop byl tedy můj workshop s kolegyní.
This is a workshop that I did with my colleague Karolina Jirkalová. It took place in the building next to this one, the National Technical Library. So we went through the building. We were walking around the building, and I asked the students to listen to the sounds they hear, to look at the function of the different elements of the building. We asked the students to walk around the building, to see what the layout was. And then we discussed why the building was created, and then the students were asked to design a meeting place, because in a way the library works as a meeting place for people. So it was actually focused on public space. These are the sketches of the students.
Poslední workshop, který jsem vybrala, byl
And the last workshop I like to mention is Kurt Gebauer's workshop, which took place in Kafka's workshop where he works, and it was about the memory of the place.
Soch a pomníků.
Many sculptures and monuments were created there, and Kurt Gebauer talked about it.
On si snažil skrz tady tu budovu i popsat nějakou historii. Následně studenti zase tvořili.
Describe the history of the place in this way, and then the students worked with the earth, and they created some sculptures based on his instructions. So this is an ongoing project. Me and my colleagues are now preparing a publication which will be available on our website and on the website of the teaching faculty.
Děkuji za pozornost.
Thank you for your attention.
Děkuji moc. Máte někdo dotazy?
Are there any questions?
Nejsou žádné dotazy. My děkujeme, tak se těšíme na publikaci.
Thank you, Pavel, and we are very much looking forward to the publication. And I actually have a question.
Zásahy dočasný, jako chápu to tak v tom veřejném prostoru.
Are the artistic interventions temporary, or is there anything permanent? Is there anything that stays for longer in the landscape? Mostly the interventions are temporary. Usually these were participatory walks.
Vlastně vedeme děti k participaci.
Do
toho jako vlézt, jo, ale vlastně, že kdyby všichni jsme participovali tím způsobem, že budeme přidávat.
We are trying to encourage children to be participative, but of course
komunikovat s těma dětma, že i v tomhle je nějaká míra.
Not exaggerate, we must not
ale vlastně zároveň účastná
burden landscape and the public space with our artistic creations. That's what I wanted to say. And our last speaker is Karel Řepa from South Bohemian University, from the teaching faculty, where he studied Czech language and art teaching. And now he teaches there at the faculty, and he is going to present this beautiful publication.
Ano, jo, už se slyším. Dobře. Tak já bych přímo navázal na Pavlu s tím tématem krajiny ve výtvarné edukaci.
Thank you. I will follow on what Pavla said about landscape in education, art education. It's a bit heavy file, so it may be a bit slow. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will speak about landscape as subject and medium in art education. With my colleagues at South Bohemia University, we created a platform, materials on how to work with landscape in art education classes. Traditionally, landscape is part of art. When you ask children in September, what did you do over summer vacation, they will draw some landscape, most likely. However, landscape first appears in educational approaches at the end of the 19th century. This is a picture of summer school of photography from 1899. This tradition continues until today. Most universities organize courses in plein air, outdoors. These are students of our course in Jeschke, Ludovice. Every year they go outdoor, studying the landscape, painting it, working with it, etc. Landscape is not only an object of study. We need to mention environmental art. You can see two examples of that. Here there is Richard Long and his long glide he made by walking back and forth to manifest his physical presence in the landscape. And then the famous Desching's one-year performance, who spent a year outdoors. In his manifesto he had forbidden himself to hide at bus stops or in shelters and so on. He spent the entire year outdoors. So we don't do that with our students. We also try to find some personal issues or aesthetic elements in the landscape and then use it as art medium. So these are intermediate art courses. We also organize different activities such as meeting during COVID. This was when we were all of us sitting at home for quite a while, and I decided to make something for my students, to organize an event. And so we decided that we would climb a viewpoint and that we will make a visual contact across landscape. It could be several dozens or hundreds of kilometers, even, as you can see on the map. That was very nice. Landscape in art education has been present in methodologies and textbooks for quite some years. Here on the left-hand side you can see Jaroslav projects, book how to draw a landscape or paint a landscape, published under the name of Josef Herron, because he couldn't publish it under his own name back in 1978. And there is also a textbook for the 8th and 9th grade and for high schools, published in 1997. We decided to update this issue, revise it, and to also involve some practical examples. We had a number of teachers and students of elementary schools or elementary art schools. It was a project of the South Bohemia University, and the result of it was this book that you can see the cover of it on the slide. It has been published first in 2020 by INSEE and again in 2022 by the South Bohemia University.
Jak jsme vlastně s tím tématem pracovali. Jaké jsou takové obecné spíš cíle
the goals of the book? First, it was to bring some inspirational contents and approaches to art education, to use it as a medium or as a space for creation. Here you can see a picture of students drawing trees from a different perspective and using large format plastic sheath. We also had younger and older children working together. Another goal of this book or platform is to create a didactic platform based on art study of reality, art expression of imagination, and art experimenting. So here in the picture you can see pupils from elementary school in Hranice and a class they had inspired by 19th century artists. Another goal was to bring creative contents to use transsexual elements. So here we made color samples, we used nature materials to draw, we collected things in nature and then created a sample book from them.
Bych to nazval citlivování ke krajině.
We also want to make children more sensitive to the landscape, provide them with new competencies to perceive the landscape more and better, and do it by means of art games and discoveries. So here they would draw those giant ears and then walk with those big ears in park and write down what they heard. They would then conserve those sounds in glass jars, and then there was a happening where they would open the jars and let those sounds into the silence of the student hall. So it was a kind of performance they did.
Jako se snažili exponovat třeba nějaké významy.
Another class was about giving landscape
pracovali jsme s nimi.
meanings, freedom, aesthetic, instrumental, culture, symbolic, individual, etc. Here we were near a big dam in the south of Bohemia, so we would show children pictures of what the landscape looked like before being flooded. So they would then draw the former villages and meanders of the old original layers of the landscape. Then another aim is anchoring in the landscape. We dealt, for instance, with history of a specific place, specific location. The children would study the history of the place, thus deepening their relationship to it. So here it was in a former battlefield, and they made this performance of dead soldiers and then fix themselves in the landscape using materials they found around there. Here is a diagram of the didactic concept with the landscape in the middle. This is the concept of the book as well. So the red circle is the landscape as imagination, the landscape in your head. The yellow circle called eyes for landscape. So landscape as a motive of studies or creative activities, and on the left, the green circle is landscape as a laboratory or landscape as an experiment. So now I will present those three segments.
To je taková ta vlastně asi nejběžněji aplikovaná vlastně
in our head, landscape as imagination. This is what is most frequently applied in art education. This works perfectly in primary school, when the pupils are very open still to working with their imagination. They don't have the fears yet. This is, for example, third grade. The project called The Landscape Behind the Wall. So they imagined a magical garden behind a wall. Here we used some experimental techniques.
Nějakými suchými pastely a vytvářeli jsme krajinu za úplňku nebo noční.
So the project is a night landscape during full moon.
Technikou nebo postupem
kdy jsme drawing using light. So we put the children in the cellar, and using a photo camera we drew some imaginary landscapes. We used the transparent film that is used to cover furniture, for example, and it created these magical landscapes, and children enjoyed it very much. This was a workshop on the theme of the city of the future. This is a satellite picture of the city of Písek, and
jsme to vlastně
pupils told me what they would like to change about the city, and we did that. Or we erased the particular part of the city, and they drew something else. And in this way, we recreated the city based on the inner motivation of the pupils. These are postcards from different plein airs and outdoor paintings organized in the 4 years of the project.
My jsme se vlastně pokoušeli vytvořit takový konvolut prostě vždycky žáky namotivovat na tu
motivate pupils to work with a specific site, with its history, with its aesthetics.
Kdy jsme pracovali,
this is also part of the study of reality. We worked with themes that may seem absurd at first. For example, a pile of soil, of earth. The teacher, Pavla Malnická, brought a pile of earth to the classroom, and she said, okay, this is what you're going to draw today. And we liked the result so much that we used it for the cover page of the book.
No, jinak v rámci té experimentační činnosti, která je jako laboratoř, tak
landscape as a laboratory is another project. We use sensory work.
Prostě sledovat tady třeba téma času, sluneční hodiny.
And here, for example, pupils worked on a sun clock using the shade of a tree, and they animated the movement of the shade. And they used ink to create a sun clock. Here they worked with sound.
Si vytvářeli s pomocí
These were a bit older students, and with natural materials they created brushes, for example, and they tried to express with these brushes what they were hearing.
Si vlastně bavili.
Here we used the sense of touch. We discussed the interesting shapes that can be found in the big landscape. So they started by creating a mind map, and then with the paper mesh they created different shapes, and then they just touched these shapes and were trying to imagine the landscape. Here, the pupils decided to move some trees they liked from the school garden to the school, to the inside of the building. So they drew the trees and moved them to the interior of the school. And this is my last example. There was a performance in the school garden. Children created a network of strings discussing how different trees in the garden communicate with each other. And then they were asked to come up with some content of the communication. So, for example, the trees are saying, oh, some strange creatures are climbing on me again, and these creatures were children or cats or dogs, insects. In the publication, in the book, there are 53 lessons. Some of them are for indoors, some for outdoors. And the teacher can tell themselves, okay, I have 1 hour, I want an indoor lesson, and they can find what they need. Then there are lessons which are for 2 hours, and they are technically more demanding. And then there are bigger projects that can be done also outdoors or indoors. So there's lots of inspiration in this book. We had a student who brought this know-how to Kenya, to an African school, so she tried out these lessons with children there. In the book we tried to differentiate different approaches to environmental creation. So if you Google kindergarten land art, this is what you will see. It is interesting, but we are doing something a bit different. We focus on strengthening the connection to a specific site. So it's not decorative work with natural materials only. When we work in landscape, we distribute a map of an environmental creator based on this model of the consciousness by Jung, which is from about 1920, and it is quite useful for the modeling of the approach to the landscape. So every person has a main quality through which we relate to the world. So it can be perception, thinking, intuition, or feeling, and then you can use your dominant function to relate to landscape. For example, if your main function is perception, you can use more senses, your body, the physical aspects. Some people are more emotional, so they can work more with their subjective emotions. Then there are people who are more rational, so they can work with information about contents, about symbols, meanings, metaphors. So this is our approach to landscape, our didactic model. I have only one book here, but it is available on the online shop of our university, so you can buy it there.
Zeptám, jestli není nějaký dotaz publika.
Many thanks. Are there any questions from the audience?
Díky, moc zajímavé. Já bych se chtěla
Very interesting, thank you. I have a question.
Vy pracuje jako s těma menšíma dětma?
Is it easier for your students to work with younger children or with teenagers? With the younger children, it's definitely easier. I am a didactician of primary grades, primary school.
Nám vlastně ty lekce.
So I work with younger children, but
tak říkali, že rozhodně bylo jednodušší je namotivovat, rozhodně bylo jednodušší.
Colleagues confirmed that it was easier to motivate younger children to
ale je fakt, že i ty lekce
engage them to be creative. Usually they were smaller groups of pupils, which were quite easy to manage.
Kolegyně
but some colleagues have tried to teach some of these lessons in lower secondary, and sometimes it's not easy. It's not easy to motivate the pupils. They find some themes too abstract and so on.
Já bych vlastně chtěla poděkovat i za to vypíchnutí toho vlastně rozdílu mezi tím výtvarnému vyjádření právě opravdu vztahuje k té krajině a nějakým způsobem popisuje
decorative use of natural materials and working on the relationship with the landscape. Nothing wrong about decorative activities, of course.
Na co si myslím, že bychom vlastně měli cílit.
This is not what we should focus on if we are speaking about relating to landscape in relation to the climate change, talking about
asi to taky
hodiny
výtvarné výchovy, kdy mi si dovedu představit, že na tohle naladění není vždycky tam ta správná
I think in art education this can be an interesting aspect to bring. Any other questions?
Já jsem se chtěla zeptat, jestli se vám dařilo to propojovat s tím předmětem.
Did you manage to connect this or integrate this with other subjects?
Je opravdu dobře propojitelná s tím předmětem.
Yes, many of these lessons can be integrated in different subjects. Like nature sciences and this is reflected also in our materials.
Když si prostě tady otevřete třeba jednu dvoustranu, které máte vlastně jednu lekci hotovou, připravenou.
It is really ready-made.
Samozřejmě třeba tady tohle konkrétně
find the different subjects, the relations with different subjects in the materials.
Ale je to tam ten akcent na mezipředmětové vztahy tam je docela dost.
We definitely emphasize the links with different subjects. Any other questions?
Tak jo. Tak já nevím, jestli kdybyste měli ještě nějakou poznámku nebo dotaz k celému dni, tak teď ještě máme chvilku, jinak jsme naprosto neuvěřitelně dodrželi čas, což je normální.
Incredible.
My moc děkujeme, že jste přišli. Opravdu si to
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it a lot. We appreciate you took your time on a working day. In the busy month of May. Many thanks to all the presenters. Thanks to our partners as well. And I will hand over to Mirjana for the closing word. Yes, thank you for thanking the partners. Thank you for partners from Rey Juan Carlos University in Madrid, the Technical University in Vienna, Escolipichino, UNICAM. Many thanks to the Faculty of Architecture for hosting us. And also I want to thank the NGO, Child Friendly City, who really is behind organizing this whole day. I would like to remind you that we gathered here to present this morning the project Eduscape. Eduscape.online is our website. Please join us, join our network, and we would like to encourage you to test our educational platform that we presented this morning. We will be testing the platform during the summer and in September as well.
Že celý projekt je financován.
I'd like to mention that the whole project is financed by the Erasmus Plus program. And we had two ladies here to inspect, and they said it was all very nice, but we never mentioned the Erasmus Plus funding. So
tohle teda neřekl.
Sorry, we did not mention it until now. Thank you for your participation, and there are still some refreshments left, so you can stay a bit more and have a great weekend.